Hello everybody and welcome to my stream today. How you all doing? Glad to be back. It's been another couple weeks as things happened. I've been away a lot the last few months, but it's been good. I've started with traveling with the conferences, then some summer vacation and a few other things, and hopefully now we're gonna have a bit more steady of a schedule, but it's been a while. Let's go. Hey Greg, how's it going? I should also probably post on some social medias and remind people that I am live. As I said, it's been a while. Although some people seem interested in this topic recently. I've covered MPAs, single page apps, and everything in between. But a lot of discussion made me want to kind of reflect on some stuff. And a conversation point. It's interesting because I've been seeing a lot of like straw man arguments, but then I've also been seeing, maybe things are a little bit more nuanced with this whole MPA, SPA thing. That's great. Yeah, I mean, and join, participate in the chat, as we do this, because I want to get some opinions and stuff there. I'm actually going to be, let me just open a new Twitter window. I'm actually going to be doing kind of going over some content from a talk that I have. Let's go to my profile. That I've been giving as a keynote that's never been released. To help kind of fit that in. So yeah, let's just, while we're starting up here, I'm just gonna, we're live. I say we're, but it's like I'm live, whatever. Twitch TV. As everyone knows, I always I don't have a cool intro song, so I use this time to kill off those Twitch pre-rolls. So, all right. We got some people here saying hi. Thanks. Great to see you all again. Yeah. Is this about the new Astro stuff? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's all part of the conversation. I think the distinction might be getting difficult for people. And I want to talk a bit about what that distinction means, or what the distinction moving forward should be. I mean, I feel like to a certain degree, we beat this topic to death. Don't worry, I'm not going to spoil any new hidden articles here this time. But like, I think a while ago I did a series of articles. What was it, JavaScript versus JavaScript fight, right? And I think, yeah, the very first topic I did was MPA versus single page app. Like, it's just one of those things that is not well understood. At this point, it was a different conversation. At this point, people were telling me that there's Svelte kit apps and Next.js apps are MPAs. And, I don't think that's quite right. But I understand where the confusion is when you, oh man, I actually should have prepared this one before the stream, but we're just rolling a bit before we actually fully get started. But is the volume low? Is that what's going on? Sorry, how's the volume? Coffee script ready. Hey. Yeah, we'll talk a bit about RSCs as well today. But yeah, sorry. I should be able to find this one really quick. I was just thinking about this quote, but Guillermo, or sorry, it's Rod G. Low interest rate. No. Single. Oh, I'm not gonna find it. Chat knows exactly which one I'm looking for here. I am positive. 0. I said low. It's 0. My bad. You know what I'm talking about. Single page apps were a zero interest rate phenomenon. As I mentioned, some people, I actually, where RSCs are sitting, one could say that, and this is the motivation. It was just, I think a lot of people read this tweet and didn't understand. They were like, yeah, of course they're no good. You need Next.js. But actually, most Next.js apps historically have been single page apps. So before, I'm just spitting some stuff now, but I think we're probably getting pretty close to getting started here. How are we doing, chat? Yeah, some people have actually started to show up. All right. So I want to. The reason this all came up. Okay, so let's just get started here. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those comments where you're not even sure if the poster is serious because are they making fun of themselves? Yeah, from a certain perspective. But there's multiple ways to take that. That one always. I will say that there's been a lot of confusion around this topic, and as I said, I've covered it before, and I'll reference some of that stuff again, but. This for me started right here. What was this? July 25th, 2023. So a couple weeks ago, I wasn't streaming, but I saw this and I was like, oh, shots fired. Because this was a screenshot from a recent Rich Harris talk where he was giving his MPAs are dead section. Rich had basically went off on a whole bunch of topics of what he didn't like about modern JavaScript, and this was one of his spicier takes. And the Astro team was basically kind of poking that single page apps are dead, almost like we'd inverted the situation. So, yeah, there's a bit of a back and forth here. But default by view transitions will kill spas. Yeah. So people start coming back, and Guillermo's in here, not paying cost for reinitializing app on every click. We're not supposed to talk about that. It got a little bit heated, and this could have been in This Week in JavaScript later, but this is the context that I was like, okay, time to talk about this again. And I can see both sides, but this does start with a little history and a little bit of appreciation for the subject or the topic in general, because I've seen this topic morph over time. First of all, I just want to throw it out to the chat. I imagine, given the audience and stuff, most of you all know what a multi-page versus single page app is. But just in case you're not, I think we should probably start there and do a little bit of history. Now, if you really want to deep dive on that history, I have a stream that is not one of my more popular streams, sadly, but literally covers everything. And we're probably going to cover a lot of it again today. But essentially, where was it? It's a really old one. This one here, Islands, Partial Hydration, and JavaScript Frameworks. If you ever get a chance to go back and check out one of these streams, and I'll just post the link in chat here. But let's skip the ads. Okay. there's this part where I talk about for about 30 minutes the history of server-side rendering, and I literally go through a bunch of stuff and step by step talk about every different history of rendering technique, like static HTML, then dynamic server render, then dynamic server render with update panels, then JavaScript client-side render, JavaScript render SSR. I think the list gets to about, how far? I mean, I just keep driving this list home the whole time. And you might be like, what does I talk... Like, basically, I iterate over all these different rendering techniques of the web. The most important part of this, though, is the beginning, which is understanding that all websites fundamentally involve some kind of server backend hosting that is serving a page, right? And the term multi-page app was a, like, in hindsight sort of naming it, like an in retrospect naming convention. The MPAs are just websites. You click in navigation, you go to the next page, click in navigation, move around. This topic has everything to do with routing. Doesn't Next13 do full page reloads? Not exactly. Just here for Dragon Ball? Okay, I mean that's fair too. It is definitely interesting. I did watch all of that series, Dragon Ball Super, where they all become Super Saiyan gods, and then anyway, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, I mean, that's how all my streams are usually. I usually see something going on, and then I need to talk. The second thing that actually happened was I actually was in a panel discussion in Twitter Space with Ben Holmes this week, which I believe is recorded. And in that session, we were just doing like our typical back and forth, expecting everyone to know about the subject matter if they cared enough to tune in. And in the middle, Ben was like, Brian, what you said is interesting, and I get bits of it, but like I really don't get what you're talking about. Like, how do you differentiate between all of these like different zones of things? Like, what's an MPA? What's a single page app? And I was like, okay, that's a fair question. Like, why am I so, why don't I call React server components single page apps, etc. Like, so I felt that it was important to kind of look at that distinction, and we will be looking at some Astro code today as well, and kind of understand like maybe even have some revelations about how this kind of dichotomy is changing these days. Anyways, let's keep going with this. Single document fetch. Well, see, and this is the thing. Single page apps are kind of funny in that they suggest, a single page, which in a lot of ways is how they developed or where the naming came from. It was like an architecture, almost like when people like had like initial JAMStack. It meant like a very specific way of building an app. It meant instead of like, I'm glad I actually have this list on screen. Maybe I'll full screen it a bit so we can see it a bit better. But static HTML is what I was talking about a minute ago. That's when you just ship the HTML pages, maybe you put them on some hosting site, CDN, and you go to a URL. It's like a file system almost. You just go straight up, right? Dynamic server rendering, PHP. My first dynamic server rendering was actually using Perl script in a CGI bin because I had a guest book. So you could post a form, and then it would, I kid you not, it would literally, when it got the form post, load in the HTML file that we use for the guest book, use this Perl script to rewrite the HTML, save it back to the file system, and send that back. So like whenever the next person navigate to, they get that same HTML. But it was like no database. We were just literally using this script to rewrite the HTML in a static folder, more or less. Obviously, we got better technology like PHP, ASP, and much later other stuff like Rails and whatnot. But it's just funny. If you want like a really deep history dive on that, I mentioned this in previous streams, but it might be worth looking at. What was I going to say? Actually, it just occurred to me that my notes are on the wrong window. Can bring them over. But that Steve Sanderson talk, I'm not gonna have time to go through it all here. What Steve Sanderson history of web? Oh, is like history of web like what? Isn't that, has Google ever done that to you? Steve Sanderson. Not resume my journey. Okay, this one. Okay. Just trying to do a Google search here. Okay. But if you really want to focus on that early days stuff, like just to give you an idea, Steve gives this amazing 1 hour talk, right? And he's going here. And if you look at the timeline, okay, we're at 24 minutes. We're in 1996 at 24 minutes, okay? That just gives you an idea of how long this is before he gets to it. And then it's like somewhere around here. It's like, oh, we're in 2005, around 36-minute mark. And then like, it basically 2/3 of, 2009, he gets up to the single page app around the 40-minute mark of his talk. And then he talks a bit about the future. So basically 2/3 of his talk happened before the dawn of the single page app. I don't know about you all. And this is why this is such a great talk, because it gives a lot of perspective. But I bet you most of the people watching may have not been building websites before the dawn of the single page app. And that's why I think it's probably important to give a lot of perspective here. But yeah, just throwing that out there. There was a lot of time, and that time was almost 20 years of the web before the single page app. Part of it was limits of technology. We didn't have AJAX in 2005. That was like the ability to do asynchronous JavaScript calls to before it was all just full page postbacks like I'm talking about. We couldn't even like be on the page and request some more stuff. But of course, because everything was this dynamic rendered server, when we got that technology, we added these kind of wrappers around it called update panels. And the reason I'm delving a bit on this history of MPAs is because I think it came up in one of the spaces I'm recently where someone was like, "Oh, we're going back to PHP," and I was like, "Hell no!" And I gotta talk a little bit about this, and this is in my mind, necessary context for talking about what we need to talk about today. Okay. Yeah, what's here? Sorry for the Flash, the original SP. Yeah, kind of, right? Like, back then, when you want something really interactive, you just couldn't use the web model. So we embedded these, even before Flash, we had other embed things like ActiveX controls and stuff in like the late 90s. We were embedding, what was it? There was a really cute name for those embeds. I can't remember the term. It wasn't widget. It was like, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's so it's all about routing. Meaning MP has no client-side around this, so you use client-side around. Yes, but that definition has served us really well. We're gonna have to dig into this a bit further, but that you are jumping ahead a little bit, yeah. PJAX, I remember PJAX. So I'm just catching up on the stuff. Yeah, the Java applets. Yeah. But it wasn't just the applets. There was I thought there was is it just applets? Was that I know Java had applets, but there's like a universal term for that. But yes, you guys, definitely you're right on it. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. But the reason I want to talk about this, because this gives us a little framing for the conversation to come, because the first thing we did when we got Ajax, like the ability to dynamically set stuff, was like, okay, sweet. So now, because what was happening at this time period in the web was we did want interactive stuff. Like if you went, I love using Airbnb. Sorry, that should not be up here. My bad. Let's, turn all this stuff away. It's all fine. There's nothing private there, but it's because this one is in the web browser. Anyways, sorry about that. I like using Airbnb, although I probably shouldn't go to a specific place. Let's go Airbnb.com for one of these kind of places. What is that? Is this a good example? Or maybe Expedia. Let me. I'm just picking like some. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is even nicer. You can't find it like it used to be. You used to have to like select a country, and then you'd have to page would reload, and then you select a city, page would reload, then you'd select your dates, page would reload, and that was like experience. But the problem is, how do you persist the state of your application and your selections? Maybe you're filling out a form and you have all these drop downs and you have different dynamic things. How do you persist this while your page keeps on loading and unloading? Well, the answer to that question was that in those days, we used to just serialize the client state into the page, send it back to the server. Server would deserialize it, use it when it's doing its updated server render, and then serialize, its own state back to the page. And we just ping pong and back and forth all the serialized state between the client and the server. Even though we're talking about the history of MPAs, SPAs today, what we're really going to be talking about is that the history of the web is about who manages the state. It's a game of hot potato, so to speak. For a while there, no one wanted to manage the state, and now we're getting this opposite zone where like everyone wants to manage the state. But my point is that in these early days, because of this series of let's just grab all the state and throw it back and forth, because it couldn't all fit in the URL. URL is one way to preserve state, you guys might have guessed, but the other way was literally serializing the state into the post request, like the post body, and then that's what they used to call this post backs, and then serializing the state back into the page, and this way you always had all the data you needed, the current state of all the drop downs, everything. But yeah, it's just funny because I started liking the SPA's complex state management, all this. I have never witnessed something more ugly and complex than MPAs during this time period where they were trying to be apps and they really couldn't be. And as I said, Ajax helped because suddenly now you could say they started sending those requests only as partials. There's the idea that you could be okay, we're on a page, we change that drop down. Okay, well, we don't have to send the whole page to populate that. We can just replace the drop down, so to speak. And this is all to keep that server have the state, client have the state mentality. But the thing with update panels is they had different life cycles. They only had access to a certain state. It started getting very, very complicated. And this is, we kind of got smarter with our patterns around dealing with state on the server. This is around when Rails came out and MVC. We're okay, no, you can't just have all your logic together. But this architectural consideration was less mechanical and more about just keeping some kind of mental sanity in this scenario where you're okay, don't just have all your code in these kind of feature-centric buckets. Let's separate them into clear, good architecture of models, which are your database, representation, your views, and then these controllers, which kind of handle the API requests or handle the page requests. But the truth of the matter is, after dealing with so much state in this coupled mess, everyone's okay, we can't do that. We need to return to web fundamentals again. You notice this happens whenever there's a shift. You finally get to a level of complexity that there's this kind of regression. Are people following along with me so far? I don't know if anyone's around. Yeah. We've been doing. Yeah. You know what? Kind of sounds like less elegant HTMX. You know, that's fair. And I think Greg's with us in the stream. He was pointing. I think. Where was it? I think. Yeah. Everyone asking Ryan Carnegie opinion on HTMX needs to go back to the catalog and cuts some deep cuts like the history of server rendering starting around 40 minutes. Okay. Is this the 40-minute mark? Okay, just a second. Let's skip the ad here. It's the same video that I actually had on Focus here. Let's just skip ad.
Let's go JS client side render.
Okay, no, I want to go to the 40-minute mark. It was around here.
Variation. I guess with the drop down, it's not too bad. You drop it and then you're done. And then but essentially they basically had this way of just replacing the section of the page. And this is not new technology. This is like 2006 they were doing this. And that kind of became the de facto way to solve this for a time being. The problem was it was still clunky as hell. It was still slow because you have this problem, like if this form needed all the data on the page, like maybe this is a user section with all the information, and like you'd be serializing and sending back this data back and forth like a ton. Like it got nasty. I worked on some really big nasty .NET projects, and you know this was like the way like they did it, because you didn't have to write JavaScript. You could use your backend templating language here to define some controls, and then they'd be like, oh, on click, refresh, like redraw it. Like you could keep your server side mentality and have it just replace these sections. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea here. And this was the go-to solution for definitely a few years there. It's funny because when I see Turbo, and I know they've got better at this, and I see like what the Rails community is doing, it's a variation on this. This is not a new technique, right? The difference is here we had to make these clunky kind of update panels and whatnot. They've gotten to a point now that they've been able to make it more granular, and like every button is just individually wired, and it's more efficient. But essentially, you know, and you can nest update panels, I'm sure. Like you can say like this is a panel, and then you can say this whole thing's a panel. Yeah, let's get another color so I can show you what I'm talking about. Like, right? Because like,
it's fine. I'm not going to go into this anymore here, but yeah, I kept on. We've been here before. I wonder what I said that was so terrible about HTMX here, but you could tell why, because of my past experience, I was not terribly excited, so to speak. But is UX an important debate? Well, we'll get there. Okay, let's keep this rolling a bit, right? Where I was getting to here is that, and I think it's about, where do I add the list? All of this stuff made us ripe for this change to client-side rendering, because it was, and single page apps, because it was way simpler. I don't know how to impress how simpler it was, because you essentially just started with a blank page. You didn't have to need a server. You literally just had a page. You just, index HTML, loaded JavaScript, and then it handled everything. There was no server back and forth, no serialization of state to maintain it or any kind of crazy stuff. All you needed was a RESTful API. And great timing, because the backend guys are like, God, get the state out of here. We want microservices and distributed architecture and stuff. We're just like, it was like perfect timing of like all these things coming together. And single page apps basically finally let interactive apps be interactive, maintain that state. Because before, trying to maintain state was a pain. Like, I can't get over it. And it was more than that. It was awful for authoring, That's enough of the history lesson right now. But where I'm going to this is I want to go back and look at like what was Rich Harris's complaints about MPA here, like, because Okay, I guess I should skip ahead. Before we get here, actually, sorry, let me do this. There's been this recent conversation. See if I can do this. And I'm going to give a bit of one of my talks here, because you might have been hearing about MPAs again because of this like whole 0 kilobytes of JavaScript thing. And I want to do a bit of an explanation here, because I've kind of set up why single page apps came in. And what I kind of skipped over is they became omnipresent over the next decade. Things like React became possible, and it's pretty much what we've been doing. Sure, sites that needed it or were too slow to move off stuff didn't move to single page apps. But what was great about the technology around these single page app for things is you could just embed them on old server rendered pages. I spent around 2010, I was just putting knockout apps inside older server rendered apps to get, you'd render most on the server and then you render the interactive stuff on the client. But over time, single page apps have kind of getting to this point that we're having that pushback. So this talk is me talking a little bit about that pushback. Okay, so benefits of single page apps, we'll dig into a little bit here as well. But let's just get rolling. Okay. So sorry, I keep on interrupting myself because the reason I want to talk about this is this idea of 0 kilobytes of JavaScript is kind of, what is this? 0 KB is not a goal is a section in this talk. I think I wouldn't even be surprised. I think I saw this. I was like, what's going on here? Will JavaScript be left behind? Got all the bait titles. The 0JS lie.
Whether your vibe is a cherry red muscle.
Oh man, I think this topic is pretty hot
of the
right now.
web, the same way HTML and CSS is. 0 kilobytes of JS sounds great. For some things, it probably is. But I'll put it frankly, I don't care.
Yeah, we're going to see this narrative a lot because I think what we're getting to right now is kind of a counter pushback, where the idea behind the 0 kilobyte JavaScript movement is that it's opt-in, and we're seeing pushback now because 0 kilobytes could never be the actual goal, so to speak. Like, let's get back here. What does he say here? What's Rich say?
JavaScript is not a goal. The goal is to meet some user need, or if you're cynical, to meet some business need by way of meeting some user need. And sometimes performance is a factor in how effectively you can meet that need. We've all seen the studies showing that for every millisecond.
Yeah. So this is the topic. This is why MPA versus single page app is even a discussion point. Okay. Yeah, and that's the way you should take it. That it is. Let me catch up with chat here. What was it? RSCs or remix are much simpler. Much simpler than what? I think I'm missing some context. Okay, whatever. I should check my Twitch sometimes. Oh, I see. For some reason that didn't come through. SPA plus React Query plus Turbo is the simplest DX I've ever had. That was the comment. Here it is. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I know this is commenting about what I said a few minutes ago, but there is something simple in having. It's almost like a mobile app. This is what we're modeling after. To understand what I'm about to show you have to understand that the goal in the early 2010s was to remake mobile on the web. Essentially, stuff was losing out to mobile sites. They were starting, or mobile web, not mobile web, but mobile apps were starting to get popular. People started thinking that was the experience that they should have on the web. Most people spend most of their time on their phones. All these trends are coming out, and that put incredible amount of pressure on building, which really pushed, like I told you, all the pieces are right? If you're going to have a backend API that's going to, anyways for mobile, you might as well have it also serve the web. You could simplify backend costs this way. All you need are these API services. There's a lot of stuff, but why is the pushback happening now? Let's do that for a minute here. Sorry, full screen. Well, I some of you probably seen this before. This is the size of page weight of pages in the last 10 years, roughly. We went from averaging about 500 kilobytes, and this is everything. This is images, CSS, everything, to now being over 2,000. Basically, we've quadrupled in the last, say, 10 years, a little less than 10 years. We've quadrupled the size of web pages. And you might be like, who cares? And as you can see, images actually make up a large proportion of the size. JavaScript makes up less. So the mean for JavaScript is actually about 500 kilobytes. And then CSS and HTML make up much, much less, okay? Okay, so this is the part that always, yes, optimize your images. It makes a big difference, but this is improved over time. But I love Adi Osmani has these articles, and I think he recently did a video talking about the cost of JavaScript. This is from 2017. It's a little outdated, but it was showing that on the low-end device, like the Moto G4 that they use on all those test sites or whatever, and what they consider a slow 3G network. The thing is, on a slow 3G network, 170 kilobytes of JPEG and 170 kilobytes of JavaScript is going to come in the same amount of time. But the JPEG can basically decode and rasterize within 100 milliseconds, whereas this JavaScript on this device would take another 3.5 seconds. Like, it doubled the length. It's like basically 30, network aside for CPU costs, it's basically 35 times more expensive. This is significant. It's like order of magnitude difference when looking at the difference between JavaScript and like images. Yeah, Google Fonts is also a big weight, which is interestingly not shown here, but yeah, that's an interesting one. And the reason this matters is, I don't know, this is from Alex Russell, so some people say I should take it with a grain of salt, but if you look at it, again, this might not be you, but while devices have gotten definitely more powerful over the years, the low-end devices, the Moto, like our Moto E series or whatever, and our Moto G4 from back when we were doing these tests and stuff, are like basically the same power level. And that takes us back to about an iPhone 6. So when you consider low-end device categories, people are basically, like, the fact that devices got hugely more powerful in the last 8 years is not impacting the low end, okay? And this is what Rich was referring to when he's talking about Amazon and stuff. Yeah, there is, for e-commerce sites, there is a huge shown benefit of having faster page loads for SEO and stuff. This is there's no surprise here. Every company like this has the numbers. They kind of tuck them away. This was a study that Google did together with eBay, so like they were able to publish stuff. But like, there's a speed team at eBay that was like literally like audits every page, and when releases come out, looks for speed regressions and stuff, because it all impacts those sales numbers. But it's interesting because you know, you can sort of say like, I'm not eBay. I'm not, you know, I'm not serving customers in, I don't know, somewhere Southeast Asia, you know, with these low end devices. I don't really care. But you know, I wanted to focus on the rate of the bottom here of how fast that's climbing versus how fast that's climbing. It's actually, the gap's bigger right now than it was before, you know, 6, 7, 8 years ago. But again, not everybody's concern. Hey, I had this tweet ready, right? But I already talked about the travel agency site, and I want to kind of go back into this a bit. But I want to. There's one other aspect of authoring single page apps that we were saying a minute ago how they were simpler. And I want to show you something. I hand made this example, but this is the type of code I was writing in 2012. I was telling you about how, sure, some of us got the start on single page apps, but most of the, you know, early days were these server rendered apps where you had to put your JavaScript on your server rendered app. And the reason I'm showing this example here is, actually, does anyone know what we're looking at? This is a little pop quiz for the audience here. Looks like Svelte. Svelte doesn't want to look at this. No. I wish I knew how to do polls. Is it React server components? You guys are killing me. Close. It's not a template level language. It's 2 templating languages. Yes. Bam. ERB. That's one. What's the other templating language? I mean, yeah, HTML, but no, there's 2 templating languages here. No? Razor? It looks a little bit like Razor, eh? But yeah, no, it's... so it's ERB. Not Marco, no. No. Thank you. And Knockout.js. it's ERB with Knockout.js. So the ERB are these breakout percentages where you go like, you got your Ruby code here, like each user's and like do user. And then, you know, you do this in a loop and then you can interject the values. And then around it, we have data bind for each users. You don't see the curly, the parentheses here because they were optional in their data bindings, but the second you had to do a property, you had to write them. Anyways, so technically these are actually signals, but they had a direct signal the way they did it. And then data bind click parent remove user is how you got out of this scope to get up to the parent level scope. Anyway. The reason we have a for loop over users here and a for loop over users here is because you'd render this as on the server in Ruby, and it would generate the HTML with these data bindings in the HTML. And then when you got to the client would swallow the data binding and then apply the JavaScript, but it needed to know what to render, so it needed like for each users, and it would be destructive. It would destroy what was there and replace it, you know. But essentially, you'd kind of layer these template languages on top of each other. This is this example says is Knockout plus ERB, but people still do this today with like PHP and Alpine. Yes. How did people live like this? This was the middle step. Like, this was still preferable to what came before it, what I was talking about, where you just shifted the view state back and forth and did the partials, right? Because the problem was, sure, you start with something simple and it's like HTMX, you're like, yay. And then you have to build something real. And then you're like, oh crap, I need JavaScript. So then you add some jQuery and then you're like, oh, my JavaScript is getting complicated. So then you add declarative JavaScript and state. And then you're like, you get here again. So this was a time period. So this is what happens when, like, this is what I talk about when I talk about authoring two apps. So single page apps got us away from this. We only had a single model on the server and client, especially when we got to isomorphic single page apps like Next.js, Svelte and whatnot. If you want the server render them, it was the same logic. You didn't have to write everything twice. This is like the prime kind of example that I want to bring up when talking about this. Yes, yeah. Like, this is a very common pattern in the early, yeah. This is hydration, like the way Angular called hydration until like last year. Like it just server rendered and then wiped it out. Actually, Angular is better than this because you could actually not layer two things. Like this, both stages, like people talk about stuff being bad now. Both stages were the most horrendous time. Like, I actually preferred this to what came before. As I said, the old update panels time period was like the dark ages. In any case, let's keep on going. So yes, single page apps are very good for productivity, immersive experiences, but they have this kind of manifest destiny, I call it. It's inherent to design, which is like, what can be sent to the browser shall be sent to the browser. You know what the funniest thing is? Everybody has a version of this kind of... You just need an intro raw character. It doesn't matter what it is, right? I mean, do people suddenly like this way better now that it's curly braces instead of angle braces? Right? Like, I swear I've seen that. Oh, right, I have to get out of... Oh, I don't want to get out of full screen mode. Okay. I'm doing it. I'm not getting out of full screen mode. I should have popped this into its own thing. Let's just go to Twitter for a second. I think one of my other bookmarks will show you what I'm talking about. These kind of conversations are happening literally right now. Let me go to bookmarks. What do we got here? Here we go. Angular. Control flow. At this case main defer loading. So this is the at symbol version of templating. So that's their blocked syntax. Let's go to Svelte. Let's go tutorial. Logic. Hashtag if. I guess it's not percent signs, it's hashtag. Like, you colon sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. You all get what I'm getting at, right? Yes, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We'll battle of this. I agree, that is way better. But, Week 4. It's so nice because it's written twice. That's the thing. My point is, no one is going to agree on this stuff. Right? right? See, some people think V4 is the most elegant one. When I think of V4, I think back to like almost like data bind, like overriding things. I think actually personally, out of all the options, I dislike the directives the most because it overrides the meaning of HTML attributes. But as I said, everyone has perspective there, and they're not as composable as well. Yeah. Anyway, like you can take, there's both different syntaxes, and you can take different patterns, like the directives versus the in template versus components, and you can make ugly looking examples with all of them. That's something I used to do for fun. Because actually, funny enough, the JSX, like the component version, is, in my opinion, the least offensive on average across all the situations. It's the most, it's more offensive in the basic case, and it's than other ones. It's probably the most, but it actually, when you consider all the different scenarios, in my opinion, it has the most upsides. But I would say that one die. Well, I mean, I suppose they could be in a certain way. When I mean composable is both, like, both in the sense of like taking a for component and then like building virtualized list component using the for component as its internals, and then like being able to provide the same API. So it's like idempotent, so that your own for component has the same API as the for component that consumes the other for component. But yeah, I'm getting kind of a little off the deep end here. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's in the browser templating thing. DOM parts. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're getting a little sidetracked here. Okay. But what I want to focus on here, because we're talking MPAs and single page apps, is that what can be sent to the browser shall be sent to the browser is kind of this manifest destiny. And we've been trying to fight this for a long time. And there's some fundamental things that actually make this difficult, because obviously when we compare it to single page apps to server render page, like just pure client render single page apps to server render page, there's a huge difference here between like seeing the HTML and seeing that content right away versus waiting for first downloading the HTML, then noticing there's JavaScript, downloading that JavaScript, evaluating it, and then like fetching the data and then rendering it. Like there's like 3 round trips on the client side, where it's like 1 round trip on the server side rendering. Obviously, we've solved this piece with meta frameworks, where we can pre-render the page or render on demand, like Next, Nuxt, Remix, Velkit, SolidStart, exactly. So because of solving hydration, because of being able to author in a single app, because being able to have this pre-rendering, we're kind of in a zone where you're like, okay, we're pretty good, right? We can do everything. We have a decent authoring experience. We can do client-side navigation. We're interactive. We're good to go. Okay. But there comes this interesting thing, because this doesn't actually change. Even when you server render a page that is a client routing page and that hydrates, this part doesn't change. Yes, you see the content right here after download HTML, but it still has to download the JavaScript, evaluate the JavaScript. It doesn't have to fetch from the API, but this part has to run on the client before it's interactive. And we call the difference between when you see the page and the JavaScript arrives and parse and eval as the uncanny valley. So this is why everyone talks about hydration, because your page isn't interactive in the same way during this zone. And it's a tiny piece of time, although it can be pretty large. Sorry, if you go back to, where were we? this scenario, right? 3.5 seconds maybe. Because that doesn't include data fetching. That's just literally just parse and execute time. And when I say interactive in the same way is, well, we'll get to that in a second. But what I want to actually point out here is, in the process of getting our perfect apps that hydrate, we often make our JavaScript bundles even bigger by server-side rendering, because now we don't just need the code for future updates. We need the code to handle hydrating the page as well. And in some frameworks, it's only a little bit larger. Other frameworks like Svelte, historically, although I think Svelte 4 fixes this maybe, it was a significant difference in size for hydration. You almost have a completely separate compiled code path. So with SSR, yeah, we're seeing the content sooner, but because we're now waiting, because we're server fetching the data before we send the HTML. I almost feel like I got to scala draw this for 2 seconds, right? Let's just go here, right? Because how should we do this? Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up show the difference here between like a timeline. Yeah, we're gonna do 2 of these. The difference between our CSR timeline and our isomorphic SSR timeline. Because the funniest thing is it varies on network, but I've shown that a client rendered app on a fast network is actually faster than an SSR SSR can be, because in terms of actually showing the page, because of a couple things that can happen. So in a CSR app, the first step here is this marker, where we're like, let's make the markers blue, and we're gonna say something like along the lines of like server or receive request, right? Okay. And that marker is going to be the same roughly for both these. Let's get it to the end. So this is when the server receives the request, right? Now, the next thing that happens on a CSR, which is really quick, is it finds a static index HTML page, and almost immediately after here, we'll draw another line. I don't know if I'm questioning my blue right now, but and we'll make it another color. We'll make it red or brown. Let's make it brown, and we'll say send back HTML. Okay. I feel like I should just duplicate all of these. And then basically when the page gets that HTML back, so let's give it a little bit of time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. There we go. Then what happens is it sees that it needs JavaScript. So I'm not going to bother doing the full send receive here, but let's say I'm just going to make like round trip JavaScript here, right? Let's go round trip. Why is this one still? Oh, it's because I'm using a different tool. I'm sorry. Let's go round trip JavaScript. Let's just go JS ready. Okay. Okay. So this is like when it sees it in the HTML, sends it back, parses, and does this, okay? I say that's going to be and then ready is like it's parsed, but it hasn't executed everything yet. And then the next stage here is going to be, oh, sorry. It's going to be, what's it? Control, stop it. Okay. The next page, the next stage on the client side is going to be the data's back, right? So let's do, I'm just picking arbitrary colors. Let's just go here and go. So it gets the JS, it runs the JS, it gets data returned. And then finally, we add our green marker here, which is going to be like page ready. Now I'll move the bars around here in a minute. I just wanted to get page ready. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's just do this. So make this one a little bit shorter. Server render the page. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move these along because the truth of the matter is the difference between this and this is usually like that. It's actually partially judged by how far it is from here, because it is waiting, but there's a certain amount of work that got done initially, whereas if I do this, okay. Have to move some of these around because whatever, the order is different. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. These points are the same essentially, but they move around. Okay. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, this is CSR app, CSR, and this is, so I'm gonna say CSR spa, and this is SSR spa, like a typical Next.js or Svelte Kit or Remix, okay? And obviously, the time to data return is going to impact the HTML rendering, and maybe I should just spread these all out. Let's spread them out. Let's say pretend this one takes a bit longer here. This one takes a bit longer here. These ones, let's move, if our scale is to here, data rendering is going to be to there. It's going to look more like this. Data return is going to be more like, all right. I'm doing them to be roughly equal, but you can see that even there are things that get shorter, like the data, but then server rendering gets longer. And then, yeah, something like this. Okay, cool. I'm back. Okay, sorry for that. That was a longer explanation than I wanted. SSR with hydration without streaming is just wasting time. Parsing is still the most advanced part of performance, especially for dynamic language like JS, because compilers have the 20%. Right. So this is an interesting idea, because if parsing's so expensive, who gets to parse the JavaScript first? Right? The one who sends back the HTML document sooner. But in this case, they have to wait for all this data to come back, which is pretty long. And in this case, they could do the data fetching on the server before they send the HTML back. But my point is, generally speaking, as you slow down the network, there will be bigger benefits for the CSR. But as you speed up the network, then CSR can actually be faster than SSR. It's an interesting thing. We don't care about the speed though, right? This is not what we're here for. We're more interested in the fact that it's not a free win for SSR. And yeah, the data you fend on the server, you need to be able to use it for hydration. So you end up sending these giant blobs of HTML or in the HTML of JSON data so you can hydrate it. So you actually increase your server rendering cost and over the wire cost as well. This is next data, but it doesn't really matter. We call this a double data problem because you have to send this data both as JSON and as HTML, right? So this all kind of comes into hydration. Problem was and still is client-side hydration. Okay, so the main issue for this is paint first TTI, which is so fix the first paint, but still requires the JL interacting T. Yeah. So there's ways you can address this, like, and that's largely what this talk is about. I'm not going to go as far into the deep end on the drawing this stuff, but I wanted to talk about this because in order to understand why this whole conversation is happening is there's money in the web, right? There is money in the web. Okay, we saw it here, right? There's money. So when you like have basically places like eBay who cannot move to, like, we tried at various points, can't move to something like React because it is too slow because of all of that, because this whole hydration thing, all the stuff that I was just explaining. People are incentivized to make faster solutions. That's why everyone is talking about this, right? And why 0 kilobytes of JavaScript, became this kind of thing, because, there's actually, companies who are interested and have never been able to move off MPAs. So in that sense, MPAs have not been dead. Not at all. Not at the largest scales. And the interesting thing is that the more interesting question is, philosophically, should we, believe in what can be sent to the browser shall be sent to the browser, right? That's kind of the question, right? Because MPAs are taking a hard line. They're like, no. If you're not going to need this, you're never going to need this. And they can do that because the page reloads, so to speak. Whereas, single page apps, whether they're server rendered or not, kind of, take this idea of, we'll just lazy load it as we need it. But there's still that initial overhead cost. And this has been kind of the battle back and forth. Now, there's ways to address this without actually making single page apps MPAs, right? You can always ignore it, right? But I think that, you've seen a lot of this rhetoric in recent frameworks. What do you think about inserting the minimum of the thing? We run scripts immediately, make fetch requests, interactions, follow, lazy one. Yeah, I mean, you can. you could preload some stuff from the client, but like, how should I put it? Like, maybe I should go back to my diagram here. Like, you're still like, yes, in that case, you've shrunk this down. Like, you're shrinking this down a little bit. So like this moves down. So yeah, I mean, the network is still like, there's benefits to SSR when the network is slower. Plus being able to actually see the content like when it loads. There's little techniques, like streaming is probably the best example of how we can improve, and I'll show streaming in a minute. But let's just keep on going. So things you can do without actually changing the architecture. You can try code splitting, lazy loading parts of your code. The only thing I'm going to mention here is that code that is needed for that initial page to show hydrate can't be code split out. Even if it's code split, you'll pull it in immediately. You can make placeholder states like graphics and have them swap. But the way that a modern app works, where it's declarative and it like hydrates, lazy loading will shrink your code, but even, and it's a good step, like an essential step, but it's still not going to be enough in a lot of cases. Use smaller, faster frameworks. I always like this image because it shows that like this is like the Svelte scaling problem, where Svelte starts as the blue line here and ends up getting to the blue line here. This is from that to do MVC comparison I did a couple years ago based on Evan Yu's work. I think Svelte's made some improvements here probably, but generally speaking, most frameworks have linear amount of components. So basically, over time, it's the components, not the framework size, that end up mattering. It does take a while, and you can see with the React's curve, even at at a reasonable size, no one's catching up to them. Do you know what I mean? Like, but you know, for a lot of other ones, we could get to 100 kilobyte range at around what I called 80 components. But there's other, you know, approaches. And the other one you're going to hear a lot is progressive enhancement. Stuff like Remix talks about this a lot, where like, oh, you can interact with the page before the JavaScript loads, and then like it'll just do the native behavior. Sure, but the native behavior isn't really the desired behavior necessarily. I always bring up that example of like someone on the slow network, you know, the same person I showed at the beginning with that 7 seconds wait on that 170 kilobytes. Hopefully it's only 170 kilobytes, right? And they click half a second too soon. And then instead of getting the client side re-render, they reload the page and experience that whole 7 seconds again. Right? Like if they'd waited half a second longer and it finished hydrating, they would have just got the much more, you know, speedy client side navigation. So yeah. Yeah, and we can do smart stuff like change the order we hydrate stuff. So that kind of helps, but it doesn't change what needs to be hydrated. This drawing is actually from Dan Abramoff. He was explaining to me how selective hydration worked in React 18, and he drew these lovely images. But this shows it. Like what he's trying to say is like if someone clicks down here and we're hydrating down there, it'll actually throw this away and then start hydrating this way so that it can get to that click. Like it'll actually hydrate, like I think synchronously from the click event so that it could like immediately respond to that portion. The thing is you have to remember is parent has to hydrate before child. So, you know, there's smart things you can do to try and reduce the cost with things like concurrent rendering. But there are trade-offs here in the way blocking works. Also, being non-blocking is helpful, but you still have to worry about stuff like interaction to next paint if you're like synchronously blocking even a small portion here while you're trying to like hydrate just what you need. So I'm gonna jump to streaming. We're hinting at that. The trick with streaming is you could send back the HTML body while the rest of the content loads. So in a sense, streaming actually looks a lot like this because you actually see the loading spinner from the server. Let me see. I'm going to drop this one in here, but I'll show you the demo here first. Here's a streaming demo. One on the left is the right is streaming, the one on the left isn't. Okay, let's see that again. See, the other one waits till the end to show up. You see, they both get the content at basically the same time, but the streaming one, like the thing you don't see here is because the images load so fast. But if you think about it, I guess in this case there's no advantage, but the page is already warmed up. The JavaScript's already processed at the time that this is partially loading in, where everything here happens at the end. So what streaming does, streaming is basically almost identical, where it sends the HTML back basically at the difference of the JSRDs. The difference is the data fetching started here. So it's here, and then by the time it's returned, let's add the network cost, it's here. Which means suddenly this becomes like that. Yeah, it's actually should be very similar. Okay. So yeah. How are we doing, chat? Do we have streaming declarative shadow DOM yet? That was actually something that we complained about in the past. We actually brought it up with the Google team. They were going to look into it. Can you go one step further? No, inline the JS and data into the HTML, so the cost of the first paint is the delta between the SSR HTML content and the JS content. Inline the JS. It's interesting. I wonder how that... The one thing about a lot of the optimizations that come around in this zone is, and I guess maybe it doesn't matter, it's renav back. How do you bundle it so that each page knows to inline it and then know where the source... Maybe it's solvable. There's limits to page size being benefit. I mean, I think the key thing here, you can work on how to make it from the HTML, how we can make it more optimal here. But I think the biggest benefit is moving as much of the stuff to the server. Right? If we data fetch from the client, even if you shrink this a little bit, you're still here, right? The reason this is so fast is because the data fetch actually finished here. It started the same time I was on this one. And then it's because it started here. And then similarly, the reason that both these two are fast is because you responded here and you started the client boot up. It's that if you can move the first events furthest back, you kind of block, you reduce the, there's blocking processes here. There's all these things have blocking processes. But if you can somehow bring the first client interaction and the first, and do as much as you can off the first server interaction, the rest of the times will have much more impactful drop out. That's why streaming is compelling. But anyway, now, yeah, the pages, it depends. I should probably, there's a mention about the pages become ready at the same time. Streaming is it's the same thing. Let's see if we can kind of make it so that the pages, I'd have to move all the bars around to make it make sense that the pages are ready at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, data return would have to move way out here, and that doesn't make sense compared to the client side rendered story, because data return should be sooner. And then you're like, well, but then the server, like, we like to show them being the same. Streaming should have a slight advantage in, depending on the latency of the data. The more latent the data, the better advantage streaming has. So it's a difference between the latency between your data and your static content, or the speed of your server rendering. Okay, cool. Let's keep on going. All right. I know this is a lot of pretext to get to where we're trying to get to here. Show that streaming example one more time. That's actually not even where I care about streaming, honestly. Sometimes, because of the fact that you show the placeholder, means that, like, it's a little bit more jarring for the end user if it, like, flicks loaders. So, like, especially if stuff's coming in quickly. But the benefit of streaming is mostly the request long tail. The fact that, like, let's say you hit a database 100 times, and 1% of the time you get a slow request for each request. So each service responds like slowly 1% of the time. If you have 10 requests, suddenly and you're not doing streaming, you're not, like, separating them, they're all entangled. Your slow is your slowest request. So your probability of having a slow response now is 10 times lower. You know, it's like an order of magnitude worse. Now it's like you might have a slow request 10% of the time. And that's just because you can see, like, if you're hitting like 10 different services on your back end here, and one of them is slow, you push this whole thing back. Here, if one of them's slow, you don't push the whole thing back. You might, push part of it back, but the page will get served, hopefully it's not your key part of content, but the page will get served faster, essentially. So it helps decouple and lowers the risk. Okay. MPAs to the rescue, all right? Not the unlikely superheroes, so to speak, right? Because MPAs actually change that math. This is the stuff that we've been, like, looking at. I want to throw something out here. This caching technique, to a certain degree, was available to everyone at different periods of times. The reason RCs focus on it is because I think the approach that they've chosen with Next to try and compete with static, like, in a sense, before you had ISG and, like, or ISR and, like, pre-static generation, all that kind of stuff, and the caches are a way of trying to be slightly more dynamic with it, but it's because they're trying to get back to a basically static pre-rendering performance with this RC stand-up. But, like, to me, caching, it's funny, I usually ignore it. It's like the last step optimization. It's like, I assume that every architecture has the capability of caching, maybe some better than others, but the core piece, there's always cache misses, and the core piece of the architecture actually is much more defining than the cache behavior. Now, as it turns out, MPAs do have something going for them, which actually improves on the situation that I've been painting here this whole time. And that's that they don't need to know about, like, they don't need to persist anything. So, if you have an app where you don't need app-like things, you can just reload the whole page and just have these islands, and you have way less JavaScript, only the interactive parts. Some people, this is where people start fooling things for PHP, or they're like, yeah, I have my, I have this custom Django backend thing, not even custom, whatever. I have Django backend, and I'm putting web components on it, and it's kind of like islands, right? Because like then I just render the HTML and then I have these interactive islands, right? Not exactly. The thing is, we've been able to insert parts of interactive JavaScript in websites forever. And the thing is, it's not too hard, especially with web components, made this kind of easier to have server rendered static stuff and then but you don't even need web components. You can just have client render the little pieces that that come in. And don't get me wrong, now we are getting web components that can, with declarative shadow DOM, that can be server rendered and hydrated. But the second they go that direction, you need a special server rendering runtime for it, and you basically have a framework. It's no different than Next.js, Solid, whatever. So I'm not including that in that case, because then you need to run JavaScript on the server, probably, to generate it. I mean, some large companies have done some clever things in other languages, but generally speaking, the whole goal there was to not to run JavaScript on the server. So this has been always kind of the blocker. What makes islands different from that is that the small islands are isomorphic. They are like the single page app islands that render on the server and hydrate in the client. They're not just these things that flicker in. Have you ever been on a login screen where the page loads really fast and then the login controls don't show up right away? They render in. I've made those screens before, I'm not gonna lie. It's basically like a little client app that loads in on the server app. Islands are not that. They actually render ahead of time on the server and hydrate on the client. And they do so without looking like this, right? Like, the reason Astro is so cool is because you get to just use the one system. So you have the Astro, and then, which is basically JSX, and then you have the, your React component, Svelte component, Solid component, and you stick them in, and then you use them in, and they just fit in, and you don't have none of this like double for each garbage. So islands are pretty sweet, and islands solve this issue because you just never send a bunch of the stuff, which drastically reduces the page size. What do I got here? Yeah, I've talked about this before. I don't think it's terribly important, but I'm just going to mention it anyways. Islands can nest inside other islands. So as long as you have a server layout and then you put a client island in it, and you can pass server children to it with client islands in it. And what happens is the server just renders everything in one pass in between, and then the client hydrate the pieces they need. It doesn't go like back and forth between client and server, because the server is a continuous piece. It sees this full markup and renders everything, and then the client just picks up the pieces that it needs to pick up. So you can actually get really sophisticated layouts without sending. It's not like you hit an island and like suddenly the whole page is in JavaScript again. This is a common misconception where people are like, look, I not to pick on anyone, but I've seen Quick kind of like put that thing out there. If you author with islands properly, it does not mean that suddenly it's like now you just like deferred putting on the React app. Now you have the whole app, hit the island full app. That's not really how it works. If you have the type of app that would benefit, you generally should be very aware of, like, say, the Astro island boundary, and you don't author your app the same way you'd author like a Create React app or a Next app. You don't just like go, okay, now we're at the React app, unless that's what you're trying to do. But generally speaking, you get this benefit by having the server load the data, having the server essentially, render the data lists, and then islands just getting the small pieces of data that they need. This is why you solve the double data problem, because you don't need most of the data. You only need the data that you pass to the islands. And so it drastically shrinks the double data, drastically shrinks the hydration cost. And I don't know if I have it here. Yeah, at eBay, we were seeing this like an 84%, 80, 72. The worst one was 60 here, percent code reduction by using islands, right? we talking about JAMStack? No, we're talking MPAs versus single page apps, but I'm talking about the benefits, why people, basically at the start we talked about why MPAs suck and why SPAs are good. Then now we're talking about why SPAs suck and why MPAs are good, is the best way to put it. Right. There's been a real back and forth, but yeah, yeah. Yeah, MPAs with streaming is actually really, really, really good, because if you think about it, we'll talk about that in a bit. We're getting there, okay? Anyway, MPAs solve the JavaScript problem, hydration problem that single page apps have. It's basically that simple. Islands is one way. Marco was having something like islands that were automated. There's things like quick, like resumability, which is this idea that instead of hydrating, we serialize the data and then just run it from continue where we left off. Again, what does that do? Well, it lets us reduce this time, right? Resumability is like shrinks that time to basically to almost nothing. So it is attractive because you can see in all of these what resumability does is actually move the green line to the next closest thing, which means in some places it's actually a more considerable, like especially for SSR apps with large amounts of hydration like this. Client side, there's no resumability, so forget that. This one streaming, resumability has a benefit still, but maybe slightly less because the you get to start it soon. But basically, the resumability just moves the last end down a little bit. There's still some, yeah. So but so this will help with the hydration part as well. But there's also trade-off on some amount of trade-off on serialization, and the thing that I was going to mention here is that most quick apps today are actually MPAs still, because the way they do that really granular lazy loading and stuff, and code reduction, the second you're in a client-side app and you go to the next page and you have to render it all in the client, suddenly you got to pull all this code in, and which could be fine. You could say now is when I need the code and I pull it in. But generally speaking, I've seen that most quick apps that I've seen have actually been MPAs rather than using the client routing, just to get, because most of the code on an initial page load you'd never need in the client anyways. So it's weird to go from something that has basically no JavaScript and no hydration cost to something that suddenly needs all the JavaScript, even for the static stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. And the other thing I want to mention about resumability is, like, lazy loading aside, the total amount of JavaScript between resumability and islands might not actually be that different, depending on how the islands are authored. Because if you do lazy loading, and you don't interact, then yes, you're shipping the JavaScript. But most of the time, because you don't want to wait shipping the JavaScript, you want to load it eagerly anyways. You're probably going to load that JavaScript anyways. 0 kilobytes isn't really a thing here. So like, even if you start at 0, like islands, you can lazy load islands. It's the same thing. You just, like, realistically, you're not going to lazy load a lot of the stuff. So I don't think the JavaScript size win is actually where resumability is interesting. It's the execution win on the hydration. But there's an interesting question of that: if you eliminated, say, 80% of your hydration already, how expensive is the last 20%? Not sure. But okay. We're not ready for this slide, is what I'm going to say about this one. So I'm going to, why can't, where is it? I'm going to get out of full screen here for a second. And up till now, this has been the conversation, right? We've kind of gone from MPAs to single page to people pushing MPAs again. And to be fair, people on the single page side of the discussion are pushing back, right? Right. And there is a lot of interesting trade-offs and stuff here. Like, actually, my favorite talk about the trade-offs on like is this Rich Harris talk.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really?
Just skip this ad. Put in chat.
There's an active debate happening in front-end circles about the right way to build websites. And like most front-end debates, both sides are really attacking a caricature of the other. On the one hand, we've got advocates for what is often referred to as modern web development. On the other hand, we have people who look at the state of modern web development and argue that it's time for a bit of a come-to-Jesus moment about the path that we're on. For brevity, I'm going to call these camps the modernists and the traditionalists, but I don't want you to read any judgment into those terms.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like when Rich made this talk, his audience was like the people, not the JavaScript MPA people, but like the PHP MPA people, right? And the thing is, since then we've seen the JavaScript MPA people kind of come back around.
My goal in this talk is to try and tease out some of the claims and counterclaims and present.
I'm trying to remember. There was something that I thought was pretty relevant here because I think it's about here. Yeah, let's go.
Of the browser's behavior in a way that's at best disorienting and at worst exclusionary to people with accessibility requirements. Normally on the web, if you middle click or command click a link, it will open in a new tab. On this food delivery website, that's ignored. It will navigate in the current page instead. If you then click the back button, the layout will jump around for a bit before a nausea-inducing scroll back to where you were. There's lots of these little accessibility details that SPAs often get wrong. Focus management, scroll management, navigation announcements, page titles, command click behavior that collectively make the entire web a less predictable and less accessible medium.
Right. So he's talking about how basically single page apps aren't all good. So he's adding actually another argument to this, talking about accessibility. To be fair, yeah.
We shouldn't accept that. I picked real-world examples, albeit more or less at random, because we need to reckon with the fact that single-page apps have kind of ruined the web. So the backlash to modern web development is understandable, but it's important to remember that SPAs do in fact solve some real problems with the traditional approach. They also give you new capabilities. Here's something you can't do in a traditional app. You can't navigate from one page to another while continuing to play media. In an SPA, that's extremely straightforward. Here's another. You can't use client-side state management that persists across navigations. In this app, the first load contains a subset of my data. If I scroll, I load more. If I then click into one of these items, then click back, I should be at the same place in the list, even though a fresh page load would exclude everything except the first tranche of results. This sort of thing is a little tricky to pull off in a single page app, but it's essentially impossible in a multi-page app. Or consider transitions. Native app designers understand the importance of motion and object constancy in user interfaces, but on the web we tend to teleport instantly from one place to another, not because it's better, but because that's all browsers are capable of. In a single page app we can change that. I should note that there's a proposal in the works to add navigation transitions to the platform, and it often gets brought up in these conversations, but look, I'm glad that it's happening, but don't imagine for a moment that it'll be as powerful as single page app transitions can be.
Okay. Excellent.
Finally, something that very often gets overlooked whenever we talk about performance and JavaScript bloat is that the main culprit isn't front-end frameworks, it's shitty ad tech and other third-party JavaScript. In a single-page app, you only had to load those lousy scripts once. In a multi-page app, you had to load them for every single navigation. Even though the scripts are hopefully cached, you still have to evaluate them on every page load, which gives them plenty of opportunity to block the main thread and degrade the user experience. So let's look at some of the pros and cons of these two approaches side by side. In particular, let's look at the MPA advantages.
All right. This is a good list. I'm going to go back here. But you see the conversation here. he brought up some good back and forths here, and then he the rest of his talk he shows how working with single page apps can address a lot of these shortcomings essentially, right? Side note, I'm not saying spas don't work great with Quick. I'm just saying that like it's almost counterintuitive. Anyways, back to this whole MPA spa thing. He brought up some really good points, and I think the interesting one for me is that, and I think a lot of people get really focused on it. He brought up three things. He brought up first that the video player that doesn't persist, right? So having persistent DOM element. He brought up the third thing he brought up, I think, was the transition, which is a similar idea, where you move between pages and kind of had that smooth feel of like having the same element. He brought up the scroll state in like you down like 25 things in an infinite scroll, and then like how do you get back to that state when you click into something and navigate back. And the truth of the matter is, you can solve all those with an MPA moving forward, perhaps. And that's what the View Transition API talks about. But it's going to be... We need to look at the View Transition API, I think, for a moment to really, understand what that looks like. Because this is where things start getting a little muddy. Because on the single-page app side, yes, Rich is right. You can have progressive enhancement to help with resilience. Well, actually, let's see how typically poor initial page. Let's see. Actually, I want to see what he actually says to address some of this stuff. Yeah. He's talking about each point. Transitional apps being the best of both worlds. Does he ever go back to that list again? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I watched this talk. It's just that like, okay.
I want to talk a little bit about what transitional apps look like in practice, particularly as it relates to Svelte.
Okay, maybe I jumped too far.
Minimalism and modernism, and it turns out that the interior design community has thought about this to describe all these various techniques. So at the risk of being all XKCD 927, maybe there's a new acronym that we could invent.
Okay, so...
What's just how far you can push that?
Sorry, I went too far.
If you manually implement, I'm going to get into this later, that ship might have sailed. I do need to take a moment to shout out to projects like Phoenix Live View, Stimulus Reflex, and so on.
Never mind. I won't worry about the specifics here. I think on the rest of Rich's talk, unless I can find it. It just
Some people claim that you can get the benefits of single-page apps without writing JavaScript. The thing in Rails circles at the moment is HTML over the wire, or Hotwire, which is a truly fantastic name. The idea is that the state and the rendering logic lives.
Right, and then he shows GitHub being really slow.
Let's say you go to your issues list and click on one of the unreads. You decide you don't want to deal with it right now, so you back out. Hang on a minute, it's still got the blue unread marker. Refresh the page and it's fixed. Fine. Actually, let's close that issue. Hang on, we still have an open issue. Or do we? It turns out that when you send partial HTML updates, instead of having the rendering logic and the state live in the same place, you get inconsistencies everywhere.
Yeah.
I've seen PRs that have both the green open lozenge and the purple merged lozenge on the same page. It's incredibly disorienting.
Yeah, definitely. So he's talking about the problem with HTML partials. Okay, so he's still picking apart that. I thought there was an example here. Okay.
You will end up serving data and component code that isn't strictly necessary.
Okay.
This is probably the least...
Never mind. I think we're done with this part of the talk. Okay, cool. Yeah, for sure. And it's just sort of aside. I like quick idea we don't have to do MPA, so we actually use both at different places in our apps. Yeah, and I think all modern frameworks do this now to a certain degree. Maybe not MPAs in the traditional sense, but they have their static pages. They just don't work as well. But I would say like this is something that a lot of the MPA first frameworks like Astro as well do quite well, because you can always have a page that is like a single page app and one that's not. Yeah, BF solved the back pagination scroll problem. Yeah, I think what we're getting at here is that there's a lot of different zones of these solutions that can solve these in slightly different ways, and I think this we're about to get to the zone where hopefully you know what an MPA is and what a single page app is, because I think that it's going to start blurring a bit is the best way to put it. Because let's talk about the view transition API a little bit. Because I think the arguments are pretty strong on both sides. Like until you get to that point, you can see that there's like a split on use cases. You can go like, okay, MPAs are very good for places that need load performance, places that, you keep things simple, like, content sites, but, not great for apps. And then single page apps are good for apps, but then they have these other characteristics to make them not good for, say, like e-commerce and the other stuff. So you can kind of see that, apps, what was it, like something for sites, something for apps kind of split mentality. But no one seems to be satisfied with that, which is why we're kind of like in this zone here, so to speak. So client routing to me feels like trying to beat the browser its own game. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, but we want elements of that client routing. Well, those three examples that Rich showed in his talk are actually very, I feel like those are the ones that are on people's heads, like persistent DOM element. Yeah, it's actually two things, but it's two versions of persistent DOM element through navigation, through animation, and persistent state. That being said, I don't think the list component is a good example of persistent state, because something like that is relatively, I mean, there's obviously caches, but it's also relatively doable, even when you consider that if you basically use the URL state as a way of managing that, you can solve these kind of pagination kind of concerns as well. Obviously, infinite scroll is kind of a little bit more challenging, but it's not impossible to do, right? If you basically have a way to tell the server to render a certain range of stuff based on the infinite scroll, and then when the client hydrates, or the interactive piece hydrates, it's able to be like, oh, okay, I know how to load above and below. Like you got it too, Oh yeah. Hit like on the video, it helps. I can't wait to see the whole state inconsistency problem resurface if AFTFs can pop here and people forget why tools like React to build in the first place. Yeah. I mean, that's real. I mean, I already showed it. There's the state inconsistency problem. There's the double authoring problem, double templating authoring problem, perhaps. I mean, almost all the same issues. I mean, it's a little bit nicer this time around, but it's very similar things that got us to go to single page apps in the first place. But the problem is we over banked on single page apps. Like, let's face it, we probably over indexed on it. And it's good that we're having this reset. Okay. So I'm actually got another Rich Harris talk.
Getting a little spicier. This is the first opinion that's probably going to make people yell at me when the recording of this goes on YouTube in a couple of weeks. MPAs are dead. So for those of you who are captives of web dev Twitter, let me offer some definitions. A multi-page app, or MPA, is what people used to call a website. It's an app where every page is rendered by the server, and if you navigate between pages, the browser will go back to the server, retrieve some fresh HTML, unload the current document, and then create a new document from the new. Now, advocates of the multi-page app approach have made the following claims. MPAs are faster because you don't need to load JavaScript. MPAs are more accessible. MPAs are less buggy. And MPAs can work without JavaScript. And in return, the single-page app camp says that SPAs are faster because even though you do need to load JavaScript, you're probably going to have to load some JavaScript anyway. And this way, you only have to load your analytics or whatever once instead of every single page load. And subsequent navigations are certainly going to be faster because it's much easier to smartly preload data, and you're not recreating the document from scratch on every navigation. SPAs allow you to preserve state between navigations, such as the scroll position of a sidebar or the video that's currently playing. In an SPA, navigation is just like an SPAs give you a unified development model. Instead of having one language for your HTML and
Okay, he's still talking classic this second.
Modern frameworks like Next and Hackernews. But this isn't why I'm. And it'll be quick to point out that this will turn your Astro app into a single-page app. In the words of Nate Moore, UI persistence has surfaced as a clear missing piece in the full Astro story. Client-side routing is currently the only way to achieve UI persistence across navigation. And I'll be quick to point out that this is opt-in, it's not the default, but here's what's going to happen. They're going to build this thing and they're going to knock it out of the park. And if it's a simple configuration change, then people will try it even if they don't need UI persistence. And they'll discover that for the very small price of a client-side router, their apps suddenly have a nicer user experience. I would not be surprised if the default was reversed in Astro 3 or 4. So on the Svelte side, we use client-side routing.
Okay, so that was the comment that started this whole thing, the MPA is dead thing. Because I think this is where a lot of the back and forth kind of confusion is. Sorry, just checking chat here for a second. What do we got here? There's also the Kenzie Dodds article, Web's Next Transition, that compares MPAs, SPAs, and progressing enhanced versions of each. Obviously, the conclusion is use remix. Oh, yeah. That's actually, the best thing about that article, Kent does a brilliant job. Can we share that in chat or something so people can see it? Does a brilliant job of whatever next transition PEMPA or something. I'm just gonna put that in, or PESPA. Yeah. The best thing about this article is all of these diagrams that he does. This article is just worth the read just to look at all of these diagrams. I have to admit, Ken, I'm not convinced. I don't think progressive enhancement is that. It's, how should I put it? It's important, but it's like a baseline functionality. It's not an architectural thing. It's being a good web citizen. It's like accessibility. I don't think it fundamentally changes the web architecture, but these diagrams are just wonderful. So yeah, do check it out. Thanks, Dev, for sharing it. Yeah, okay, so I guess the question is, getting to this point of what is a single page app, and is what Astro doing a single page app? Well, I don't know. I mean, we know Astro classically is not a single page app. Sorry, not SolidStart. What do I want here? Okay. Remember, we built a Hackernews demo using Astro, and I just updated the package versions. I was a little bit out of date here. But we built this on stream a long time ago with Fred, and we were very excited about the performance. What this is the classic Hackernews example, all Astro components except for one solid component that literally just hides and shows the toggle, but the comments actually get passed through recursively, see Astro.self, through. So all the data, none of the data needs to ship to the client, just a component that compresses stuff. And you can see the compressing is just using like classes and style blocks to compress stuff. So it's actually very, very simple, very, very small. It shows basically an Astro app with a solid add-on. I love using it like this. The funny thing is, I showed it a minute ago, SolidStart. I built this app in SolidStart as well. Where is it? Hackernews. And the funny thing is, same thing again, right? You just got some components. There's a comments with a recursive, the toggle. And then inside the toggle, we have that same component I was showing a moment ago. And the authoring experience between Astro's whatever they call it, it's not JSX, but it's JSX, and Solids is basically very, 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 very comparable, right? And that's why when Solid's Islands version or Islands routing version is basically almost identical code between Astro and Solid's version, just slight syntax differences. Well, you want to know why? Let's do a PMP. What are they? Dev. Let's do a dev here, and I'll show you the classic Hackernews example. All right, let me bring this across. And actually, you know what? We're probably gonna want to do this in an incognito window. Actually, we don't need the incognito window yet. Do I have it? It's like previous streams. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna pull this one into here for now. Okay, and the reason is when I go to this page that has 98 comments, see, watch the page reload. See, this is an Astro app. We can compress these, recursively compress these, see? And that the only JavaScript we need to send is just for these toggles. Everything's server rendered. You don't need like a next data for this, or like we don't need to send all this data twice like in the HTML not. You can just toggle it. And it's recursive because we do that by passing the comments into the toggle as children so they stay on the server. It's a connected way of doing it. Obviously recursive with the same component is impressive for this demo. It like looks cool. But in general, this kind of embedding is very, very, very common pattern in server components, in islands, in React itself. If you ever wondered about this, Dan Abramoff, I bring this one up a lot, when to memo or whatever. Before you memo, that's it. I always like this one because he shows a couple examples. It's like move state down, or lift content up. And lift content up, the reason we wrote this article is because you could tell he was very amused with himself. When he got to the end, he was like, it's funny, this lift, these techniques to improve React performance are the same techniques to get the best out of your like smallest server components, like client component bundles. And the thing is, he didn't need to use React.memo in any of this to improve the performance. It's just structurally does it by the way you reshuffle the state in your components. I love this article because this is the technique that we tend to use today when we look at, islands and server components. It's just interesting to me, and this is something that I'm very conscious of, is that I also use this article as why I like Solid's approach better, because you don't have to worry about how you structure the components to decide this stuff. Your performance profile doesn't change because you move state around or lift content up. So like instead of like as someone trying to optimize your React code, like these kind of things just aren't the same consideration. Whereas like when you're a React developer, you should actually be aware of where your state sits in relation to re-renders. Anyway. So I think this is interesting because we have an example. Let's see what's going on here. Well, I got a couple things for this. First of all, I grabbed the what do you call it? I grabbed the spec for view transitions because I'm kind of interested in view transitions, and we're going to try Astro's view transitions today to see what they're all about. Blah blah blah. I've read this before. There's actually a Chrome team article. Let me see if I can pull this one up. Yeah, this is where I started, and some of you probably have seen this. And the thing that was interesting about this, they used to be called shared element transitions, is there's a great 203 YouTube video podcast about this. I remember watching this ages ago, and I have to admit I wasn't too excited because, well, I was excited because I was like, okay, finally I don't have to, solid transition group can go away or something. Finally there's like a native way to just handle like these simple kind of flip animation type situations, but I wasn't how should I put it, like I read it, and I was working on MPAs with Marco, and this whole thing, everything was about single page apps, because as it turns out the view transition API today is only, even back then when it was an origin trial, was only available for single page apps, not MPAs. It's like, what? But why is all the MPA people talking about it? We'll get to that. Basically, the way it works is you would like take a snapshot, change something here, and then say you're done essentially by like completing the work, and then where is it? Yeah, and then essentially it would take the previous state that's wrapped and the next state, and you see this is synchronous here, and then it would just go like move between them. So you can see like, okay, well, that's cool for animations, but like the first thing that I went to, like when I was scrolling through this document, I'm like, okay, because I've been building something called transitions 2 in Solid, the kind of like reactive transactions, but I'm like, how does this help me with async? Does this do anything cool with async? And so I was like going through all this stuff, trying to figure it going out. Can I do anything for MPAs? And the answer at the time, as you can see, there wasn't actually much of an answer at the time. It's been updated a bit since, and honestly, I probably just need to like look at the better spec layout, because this is much more in detail. So sorry, I probably should have just shared this one right away. Right. So, yeah, actually, I don't even see it here. Oh, that's so funny. I'm missing it. I swore it was in this article I was looking at. I was doing a bunch of like, I was looking at a bunch of stuff when I was prepping for the conversation with Ben, and I actually found a place where they answered my question about async. I'm actually not seeing it here right here, but essentially they basically showed an example that was async, and they said like, don't do anything blocking in here. So like, don't fetch data in async. So the way the view transitions work for single page apps is you should load all the data, do all the like pre-work for the most part ahead of time. You can make it async, but then after you've done all the work, like pre-work to know like where you're going to, then start the transition, take the snapshot, then do the DOM updates, and then exit out. So this is an important distinction, because the reason is if you just put an async function in here, it would just freeze the page. Oh yeah, actually it's right here. Here it is. The callback past the start view transition can return a promise, which allows for async DOM updates and waiting content to be ready. Sweet. Transition won't start until the promise fulfills. During this time, the page is frozen, so delays here should be kept to a minimum. Specific network fetches should be done before calling start view transition. So basically all the stuff that React and Solid do for like transitions and concurrent rendering, this does not touch. This is literally like after you've, rendered the next page, figured out, all the data you need to load, do all your suspense stuff. Well, at that point, take a snapshot, show the new page, and transition. So it is basically an animation technique from a single page app perspective, which is nice because there's lots of things that are kind of these transitions that could use this from, like list, like it doesn't have to be a navigation, like it doesn't have to be a router level, but building something like this into a router is relatively simple because when you're like, especially with suspense and stuff, when the transition's over. So if you could just hook in right before it does the side effects and go, snapshot, do the side effects, run them synchronously, and then essentially you get this power. So like this is kind of my introduction to the view transition API, but this doesn't really help us for MPAs, does it? Right? Like this, I was coming in with my perspective. So I was looking at the spec here, and they have this MPA versus single page app solution because everything they talk about is basically for the single page app solution. The APIs are generic, but it's designed for client side routing. And MPA versus, actually just refresh the page so I can get there. Okay. Because I was already on it. The current spec and implementation in Chrome focus on single page app transitions. However, the model has also been designed to work with cross-document navigations, which are covered here. Okay, we'll check that. So they don't say this. Let's look at cross-document transitions. They are an extension to same document transition, adding semantics necessary to display transitions when navigating cross documents. Okay. The main explainer and blah, blah, blah. Design compile with same document transitions. Yeah, so you can have the same, unlike same origin transitions, cross-document transitions should work automatically without JavaScript intervention. They should have the right CSS, blah, blah, blah. Cross-documents are enabled for same origin navigations without cross. Okay. How does it work? Both the old and new document need to be declaratively opt into the transition between them. If both opted in and at the same origin, the state to old document is captured using the same algorithm. When the new document is about to present the first frame, when the document is no longer render blocked or the course of reactivation. Well, this is probably why people don't read specs. Okay, but I understand what it's saying. Essentially, what they're saying is, let me look at, do I have an example of this? I have the Astro Hackernews. It's not the best example of this. Okay, if I try and load a page with a lot of comments for the first time, you're going to see that it stays here for a moment before it goes. It doesn't go white immediately. It actually holds the page, and then there's no white flicker. And in fact, this header doesn't even, you can't even tell that I'm changing pages. It's just this. And that's because the browser does this trick anyways already, where it holds the page until it's realized that the next page is rendered a significant amount, or has its first kind of paint, so to speak, and then it swaps it. So then you never get to see like the old white flicker. And yeah, I mean, I can tell you this because I went and checked the other day. I use this like websites like the Space Jam one, like way back in the day. And I could tell you when I used to switch pages, I would feel it, right? But this time, look, I click on it. Okay, sorry, this is off in a different domain. Bad example. The first one was a better example. The lineup, let's click the lineup. It holds it until it shows it. There's nothing, there's no elements that look similar, so it's, you can tell that. But back in the day when, 96, probably still on dial-up, you would click that and then see the page go white and the status bar updating, and then the new page would load, So why this is relevant is that when you combine stuff like streaming with MPAs, with that kind of hold behavior that I was just showing, this example here doesn't stream, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Astro is out of order streaming. But like you can see, you would have the same experience where you could actually show the loading indicator on navigation and the bar shows up immediately. So streaming, sending the page back sooner, really changed the perspective for MPAs. And it's why Marco pushed streaming so hard, because between paint holding and streaming, it feels much faster than waiting for all the content to load. And you get the loading indicators. It becomes much harder to tell. And that's without animations or without this view transition API. So it wasn't even that bad, but this seems like something interesting if we can get this this kind of swap out for the cross dock. The thing that I'm not clear about on here is that the state that they capture is the DOM state of the elements, right? Right before the old always hitting the new one shown in the HL spec that's defined here. Yeah. I'm interested to see how they handle state, because this in itself basically sounds like to me something very similar to like this solves the first and third thing that Rich showed in his talk, right? You could say like, look, this video player, let me see here. I could picture you saying like, this video player is the same video player, don't unload it. I can also picture you being able to do that kind of animation transition where you're saying like, this element's this element and it can shift to it. I'm less clear how state is preserved here. Anyways, this is the spec at where it is today. Astro probably has to work ahead of the spec because it's not even implemented. So what is Astro doing anyway? Let's take a look. They have docs for this already, which is amazing. View transition experimental. Support for opt-in per page view transitions in Astro project can be enabled behind an experimental flags. Astro provides a view transition. Routing point that can be added to the head to control the navigate away. Okay, so that sounds really simple. Okay. First thing, let's get ourselves in a situation that we know what we're looking at. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to build and preview this, and we're gonna look at this. I did it again. Sorry, here, and I'm going to open a new incognito window. And we're going to open localhost 3000 here. Okay, beautiful. Because I want to see what this is just the current MPA version of it. Yeah, and you notice, first thing, there's no JavaScript on this page because guess what? You don't need any JavaScript for this page. Right? There's nothing interactive here. Everything is a link that navigates. So you click the next one. Now we get some JavaScript. Where this doesn't look like it's gzipped. These sizes are too big. It requests gzip, but I don't think it gets back gzip. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The deployed version does. The deployed version of this app, last I checked, was about 4.7 kilobytes of JavaScript. So it's 10.6 here. So it's a little less than half, so to speak. So, yeah. And this just gives us our toggle. But I mean, for anyone who's been watching my stream long enough, you know that 4.7 kilobytes of JavaScript for this page is a significantly less than, say, the 74 kilobytes for Remix or the 80 some odd kilobytes for Next.js and Next13 app directory. So like, or Nuxt or what, like even SolidStart and Svelte kit come in at about 15 kilobytes and 18 kilobytes respectively on this page. So, as I said, about let's say 5 kilobytes, we'll just like half it is much, much smaller. So that's cool. I know this, I'm like picking at pennies here, but I just want to see the impact so we have a good build environment. So how do we add these view transition APIs things here? Okay, enabling views in your project, experimental view transition APIs. Has anyone played with this yet? I'm just curious. Yeah. Is that it? Am I done? Probably not. Let's just do this. No, okay. So I think I read that already. I need to opt in somehow. I need to add the view transition, full site view transition spawn mode. Import to common head, transition directive allows. Okay, let's just, they call this spa mode. Okay. Okay, so let's go view transition. And we go into our layout component. Add it. Sure, let's just add it. View transitions. Okay. Build. Preview. All right. Okay. I think we got something different here. Oh, okay. That's cool. See, no more of this. Go to our 90 comments. I don't know if you can see it, and then the rest of our JavaScript loads again. So it adds about, see this hoisted thing? So it adds about 5 kilobytes of JavaScript, unminified, obviously, for the router. Okay. That's actually really similar to how SolidStart's app router is. I only know the gzipped values, but it added, what was it, like in that demo, it added like 2 kilobytes or so. So interesting. So the difference between using the view transition API to do this and to do, this is very, okay, so it's in the same ballpark. I guess eventually their hope is to use the MPA version and not have any JavaScript for it. But I wonder if we won't know until the MPA version goes. But right now, this is what it does, which I think is cool. I think Rich is right in the sense that I would just turn this on. Right? Like, this is cool. I like the animation effect too. I know it's like so subtle, they're just doing a fade. I didn't have to do anything special here. Did they? I wonder. Like, there's no persistent elements here, but they don't seem to have marked the HTML at all. Let me look at the network call. Like, I don't see any, let me look. Let me read this. Okay. Astro will automatically assign corresponding elements found in both the old page and the new page a shared unique view transition name. This pair of matching elements is inferred by both types and locations in the DOM. Use optional transition directives in page. Okay. Interesting. I don't know if it auto-detected. It sounds like what they're doing is they're using their build process to do these optimizations instead of you handwriting them. Because I think, I'm not going to lie, one of the things I was concerned about with this kind of approach is that, like, it's very manual if you're going around, like, tagging everything, right? Like, oh, like, this element has this ID. Like, after you get through, like, 120 of these, because of shared layouts and stuff, you might, like, start getting in a weird place. But if Astro handles the base case for you automatically, that's interesting. Let me see here. Like, let's see, this header is always in there. Do they have to do anything? I wonder how this works. I might actually have to have Nate or Matthew come on and talk to me about this stuff. I just wanted to look at this and get a feel for it today. And you can, that's, what's going on? Wait. You see the whole document? Okay, what's going on here? Yeah, I have like nothing to switch where I can stay on the same page easily, but I'm just... Okay, let's inspect here. So I'm going to nav it out. Okay, like this. And then I'm going to go to, let's go to another page that has the same header. Huh. Interesting. I almost want to see the paint repainting. Is it, I mean, it's possible that it's just completely swapping everything out. I mean, that's cool that the browser handles this for you already. Because like this makes you think like there's like a kind of different approach to this than I've been thinking about, where you could use compiler optimized hints to the browser and then use the browser to do the diffing. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking around a bit, but it's like, not that one I wanted. Rendering? Yeah. Okay. See this? Okay. Oh, I'm loading the dev test page. Oops, don't do that. Okay. Yeah, about 5 kilobytes for the solid code in the router. So yeah, so the router here, yeah. Anyway, I just, it's just funny because this is a very similar idea. This is the solid version not using the view transition API. It doesn't have the smoothness, but it does the same. I just want to understand. Maybe we can test the header being the same. Just a second. I want to first, let's go. Was it rendering? Paint flashing. So when I switch this, yeah, the header doesn't repaint. Okay, so can we tell Astro not to repaint the header? Because the header, this whole header element basically never gets done. So it's funny because what I'm realizing thinking about this right now, which is kind of cool, is because it is the actual same component, I only actually have to write it once. It's not like me matching something up. So like, can I do something? I mean, this isn't, to be fair, this is like experimental beta type stuff. They probably, yeah, exactly. So this is not ready yet, but you know, I like pushing it. They know that. Let's go transition name. Because you see, for me, it's not about the animations. It's the preservation, right? Because I want to say header. Can I do this? And then build, preview. And because they're on both pages served, we refresh. Body. It might just be the way the browser handles it. Because it looks like it's doing something, but... Huh. Okay, well, lots to learn still about the view transition API. Do I have to turn anything on in my browser, or does Chrome just support it? Like, I just really haven't played with this stuff. I bet you Marco could do something amazing with this, blah, 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 because super compiler. Yes, probably. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta say though, for such a simple mechanism, I'm impressed. Like this is just, it's just one of those things where like, well, actually, you know what? We can do this. Okay, screw this. Let's get our head element. I'm just curious. Okay, $0. $0 dot. Let's see if I can do something. Garbage equals hello. Like, does it keep the exact same element? I'm just, and I go to page 2. I'm just interested. So I got header, $0 dot underscore garbage, not equals hello. I want to know what garbage is. Okay. All right. It was worth a shot. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I'm using Chrome on. Yeah, there's a can I use. Thanks, Anthony. Let me see if I can look at this. Oh, yeah, it won't let me drag into an incognito. Since 111, so I'm probably okay. Okay, well, while we're here, like, can we open this up in Firefox and see what Firefox does? What does it look like when you don't? It's like I've never used Firefox before. That's not true. I was just testing Firefox the other day, which is probably why it did this. I probably updated it like a bunch of versions in the background while I was testing some funny issue around lazy image loading in Firefox with clone node. Something I'll probably talk about on stream one day. Let's see here, localhost 3000. Okay. It does client-side routing though. It doesn't like transition, but it looks like the islands demo. The island. Cool. So they basically have a full page diffing thing. I mean, I'm not surprised. The diff that we use was written by the Astro guys by Nate Moore. So I'm stoked because I've been very interested to see where they're going to take this. So this is at its heart of sort of TurboLinks type technology with the addition of View Transition API as a way to do these transitions. I guess it's going to be interesting. You launch this now and then hope that the MPA one catches up, and if it doesn't, I think that's the conversation that's happening. I think the Astro folks are intending to eventually just use this with MPA transitions, and then right now they can ship like a couple kilobyte router and do it. I like this though, because this is what I was kind of getting at about 6 months ago, especially for the basic cases here and stuff. Like, this is the baseline. Basically, the JavaScript you need for interactivity plus a couple kilobyte router. Yeah, 10 kilobytes. That's the baseline. I think. I mean, this is less than that. This is what? Network. I think we already... This is like... yeah, but I mean, it's not fair. I got to put something interactive on the page. Let's go to here. Because you need like the client-side interactivity. Counting from 0 is pointless, as we talked about before. So basically, minus this toggle piece here, so like one kilobyte, maybe not even. So like, essentially, 14 kilobytes, not gzipped. So gzip that up. We're talking 6 or 7 kilobytes. That's pretty sweet, right? I guess that's the, yes. This one doesn't have the diffing engine, so yeah, 6 or 7. So yeah, under 10 kilobytes is the baseline for this sort of HTML transitioning technology. It's funny because these two demos are very, very, very different in how they're implemented. But you get maybe they're not actually as different as I think they are. Right? This one does partials where this one doesn't, but yeah, this is interesting to me. All right, how are we doing, stream? Does it replace head at all? I mean, it's hard to see because it looks like the whole thing, like if I expand head and then, sorry, wrong one. If I expand head and go to a different page, it's possible that there's like a zoning thing. Like, you know how, I'm probably doing this wrong. See how I have everything in the same document and then I put the view transition like, I wonder if it's scoped somehow to like where it is. That's my hunch. I feel like it's not quite doing what I'm expecting, but even regardless of that, I think the promise here is this. This is the baseline. People were talking about like server component type stuff, and I was like, within a year, see stuff that's kind of like server components, but going to give you 10x smaller than what you get out of Next.js. I was suggesting stuff like Solid's islands, but I knew Astro would also be in this same boat. We're going to see more solutions like this. This doesn't solve the app, like of the initial problems that we talked about so far. The base solution solves the animation and the persistence of DOM elements. I don't know how it handles state. I know the Astro guys are working on that, but I think there's some interesting considerations with state that make it much, much more complicated. Because, I mean, going back to ASP.NET and the view state serialization scenario, this is a question of who owns the state. I went in big detail earlier about .NET and how they serialize it back and forth and the update panels because I wanted to understand what we wanted to avoid. One of the things that makes solutions that don't treat it like a full page reload, because like, sorry, let me go back here, watch. If I go here, the head's not going to move in the Solid example. And the same will be in the React Server Components example. Because in fact, the header won't move because it's using nested routing. Is that, sorry, where was I going with this? Sorry. The state ends up in these kind of RSC type models in the client, and the server, like basically there's a difference between static data and stateful data, and we don't send it back and forth a bunch. Basically, state stays in the client. That's why context only works in the client, and the server basically sends back the equivalent of what would be JSON, except it's HTML, right? Or JSX or whatever. But it's not stateful. It's not interactive stuff. The interactive stuff is always kept in the client and part of that client tree. So like, it's going to be interesting to see how this progresses, because from this kind of thing, if you go, okay, now I'm going to persist this state, what does that mean going across client and server boundaries back and forth? Does that mean you're serializing it both ways? Is there a difference between like where this, if the state gets persisted in the client components versus the server components? I think client persistence makes a ton of sense. I think server persistence does not, but it'll be interesting to see. Luckily, Astro knows where all the islands are, so they can do that. So I think that's the gist of it. As long as they have a way of keeping the island instances attached to some kind of ID, they should be able to diff in a very similar way. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if our solutions are very similar between Solid and Astro or SolidStart and Astro in that. Okay. So, looping back around a bit. Okay, before I loop back around, I saw a question. Let's answer the question. Did you touch on the topic of PWAs? What do you create offline and solving pros and cons? I have not. I don't know if it makes a huge difference for either, because you can always with a PWA have a bunch of pages that the biggest thing is you need, if you want the pages that the server pages to be like dynamic in the PWA, then you need something rendering it in the service worker or the router. I've seen some like Isomorphic setups where people have like a server renderer, worker renderer, and then the client rendering. But like the challenge, like basically having a bunch of static pages, like an MPA style you'd think, or like even like a SSG style thing with a PWA is pretty easy. It's the dynamic stuff, which at that point, if you want to be offline first kind of mentality, then you need to be able to do stuff in the client primarily. So it's almost on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like if pre-rendering a bunch of pages for and using kind of like an app shell-ish approach for PWA is fine. Something that's kind of like has multiple pages, but I think like it comes down to where the data is coming from. Like you basically need, if you have any kind of live data that you're keeping locally, you need a way of like re-rendering the page with that data, which means you're kind of client rendering. So it means like the MPA benefits, biggest thing is probably portability. That's why people have been talking about like the way that React Server components like separate them into separate endpoints and like you can combine them. You could maybe have a worker do part of the rendering, have like build time do part of the rendering, have edge do part of the rendering. Then this kind of comes interesting if you can have a single model for that. But it's interesting because like what's the client and what's the server, so to speak? Is that even like the right mentality? I think we're still figuring out what qualities that have, because it's not as simple as just like worker $. Like worker $, is fine, kind of like a server function. It's like it's good if saying run this code in this location, but actually to declaratively stitch this stuff together in a way that's consistent and makes sense takes more than worker $. Does Astro serialize props or islands? Because then they can diff that way and have the islands retain their internal state. Yes, and yes. That's exactly how we solve this with our version as well. We serialize it, and then when we pass in the new props. So assuming there's a way to persist on an MPA transition the internal state of the components, then you're fine. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to see it. The serialization, I probably not inspect. I want to see not that one. I gotta find one with the toggle. Yeah, here, see, props, empty object, because there are no props. That's why there's no data serialization in this example, but see, right there, props. So, yeah. As long as it can keep the internal state, this should work the very similar way. Yeah, it's funny. The more interesting part about this is that, like, what does it mean for the rest of the system? Because in a sense, the diffing side is probably going to be similar between what we're doing. Like, the view transition API part doesn't actually matter for the pure, like, island preservation as much as it matters for, like, obviously the animations, and it matters for the being able to say this element, which is the like mechanism for that in an MPA world. But otherwise, like, the fallback or the client side version is very, very, very similar. But sorry, I lost where I was going there. I'm still unclear how the internal state is preserved, but if we can figure that out, Maybe there's no answer to that just yet, but I think, yeah, then you have the pieces. Okay. So is this a single, where I was trying to go to is this a single page app or is this an MPA? An MPA? Yes. Yeah. Which is, yeah, sorry. This is where I was trying to get to is that the difference is what happens, the HTML generation to get to this point, right? I think one of the complexities with components is if there is state in client components, any future, and this is something we have to worry about with RSCs and Solid's approach too, is any future server rendering won't have that state unless you send it all back in the request. So like, it's the classic problem if you have a counter in a context provider or like in some kind of component and you click it, it's a shared state problem, right? And you click it like 10 times and then they said if the count's bigger than 10, show this stuff or don't show this stuff, right? If you go back to the server and render it again, it's not going to know that the thing is clicked 10 times and that it's 10. It's going to have the initial value of 0, which means it'll render something and then it won't match the state that's there. So the way that we solve this in RSCs and in what we're working on is that you don't render client components after the initial navigation. And I think that's where the state preservation challenge comes in, because essentially trying to diff that becomes a combination of server and client-side rendering before you swap the page in. So it'll be interesting to see how the View Transition API manages that, especially for MPAs. For single-page apps, as long as you have the right hooks, like what they're doing here, I could see how you could do that. I think it's much more interesting that you basically have to control, like the render holding won't be sufficient. I think you actually have to like wait until you also client render or client diff the existing stuff. Yeah, honestly, this is fun, because how do you access to the old document when you try and do that? Huh. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Astro solves it with this sort of approach, because like the one thing that a lot that we've been doing with our HTML approach and the RCs have been doing is doing these partials and preserving most of it, which means both not just on the server or client we save work, not doing a bunch of the diffs, we actually have the potential of rendering less on the server. So we don't treat the next render as the same sort of thing. It's a special render. It's not just a normal page re-render. We actually control what gets sent over the wire. It's not, and that's much more complicated, admittedly, but it actually manages these kind of complicated problems. But yeah, the reason that I'm getting back to this is, if you're listening to me, this whole RSC, Astro Island, this Solid Islands router thing, all actually share a lot of qualities of MPAs in which you view stuff as a page being rendered and as a mental model, and basically it getting kind of swapped in, even though it's client routed, so to speak. It is it is still a server first rendered app. It's an interesting situation though, because the state is kind of owned by the client. It's server rendered and it's client routed. Like, those three things are where this differs than, say, okay, I closed my Excalibur down earlier. Because like I'm just, what did I say the three things were? Rendered, render, where, state, where, router where, right? Give myself a little bit more space here. So like thinking about it in those terms, well, SPA is pretty easy. After initial load, it's client, client, right? And this is true whether you SSR the SPA or not. MPA server routing, server rendering. The state might live on the client, but it goes away. So there's no like the preservation. Like if you want something to be stateful, it has to live on the server for the most part. And then whatever this is, I don't know what to call this. This is like, what is this? This is like, I'm gonna say hybrid. I think it's fundamentally different in this way. Like, I don't know if Astro like maybe there's 4 categories here. Like maybe this is just a combinatorics problem. Sorry. Like maybe there's one that's like this. Right? Hate calling them SCs, but does this look right? Hey, how's it going, Theo? I'm just boring people with talking about. We got to that point where we did the Astro demo, and it looks great, by the way, but it still leaves us with lots of questions. I took my Hackernews demo and added Astro's transitions, but then I was watching, I decided to look at the paint flashing and the HTML remaking to understand what the view transition is doing for them versus say SolidStart's version of that's very similar to server components, which again, when I move around here, this stuff doesn't move. It's only even the header doesn't move. It's only diffing this part, I think. If I go, yeah. So just kind of comparing some of the differences. Although, as I said, the experience here is still very smooth. The paint flashing doesn't make it feel as nice, but you know, you can see it's. What is SCs? Server components. I didn't know what to call them. This looks familiar. Okay, fine, Dev. I will open up your link. You're right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Livewire is I like that you included Livewire here. Let me pull this over so people know what I'm talking about. See, This is very similar to what I was. It's like my window management is crap right now, sorry. Okay, let's get this in here. Yeah, this is very similar to what I was getting at. Where's my Excalibur? Yeah. Yeah, it's almost the same idea. Because Livewire is most of the rendering. Well, Livewire is interesting, yeah, because it diffs. So it is like that. Most of the rendering happens on the server. State lives on the server. The routing. Is the routing client? I think Livewire, like, it doesn't have to. Like, it's usually, like, it doesn't have to. It can sit on either of these. But, yeah, I don't know if there's any other combinations here. Because I don't think you'd ever have state on the client with server render and server router. That doesn't make any sense. State has to, like, these are, like, incremental. You can, generally speaking, I mean, maybe Astro is trying to make, like, a new category. I don't know. I feel like the Astro solution is either going to fall into one of these two. I called it server components. I don't know what to call this. I've been calling this hybrid, but it is different than turbo links is what I'm getting at. So anyway. Yeah, Livewire, HTMX. Yeah, I've talked about HTMX a few times earlier in the stream. But yeah, I don't know. I probably leave this diagram here. But yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier, where this is from one of my things before, but I was saying that this is for client routing. So like, obviously we just talked about turbo. And yeah, I called it hybrid routing. And I was mentioning that you can mix hybrid routing with nested routing. I love this remix thing. I actually stole this from their homepage, watching how each part of the section of the page works. That's why in that example I was just showing, it was very easy to swap out the sections without adjusting the HTML. This is the trick that they use in Next App Router. It's what I showed in that solid example. So like, it's interesting. That's why I put these kind of in the same category, even though one's using HTML and one is not. Because like, the rest of the talk doesn't really matter, but it's just that like you can see that the intention, yeah, I thought there was more left, but I think we covered it all. You can see that the intention here is to basically server render parts of the page. And like, yeah, what do you got here? Even rendering is confusing with server component does. Rendering refer to running the components and getting the JSX output, or taking the JSX output and putting it into the HTML. I'm talking render the diffing part is not what I'm considering the rendering. I'm considering the rendering like the thing that constructs the markup tree representation. Whether, because even the JSX that they send isn't, to my understanding, is not actual JSX. Like it's more like VDOM nodes. Right, like it's the realized output of the rendering. It's not the, like, it's easier to say it's the JSX, but it's a rendered tree representation that's been serialized, and what it's serialized to, whether it's HTML, whether it's some JSON object, you know, potatoes, you know, whatever. So from that perspective, yeah, I'm talking about the thing that actually goes through and combines the data with the view hierarchy. That point of merging is what I'm calling the rendering now. And we got to thank React for that, because traditionally rendering meant paint, like in the like DOM sense, you know, like when you see it. Yeah, on Twitch, yeah, I should be Ryan Solid. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just Ryan Solid on Twitch, yeah. Maybe it's Ryan Solid 9 or something. No, it's just Ryan Solid. Yeah, never mind. Just Ryan Solid. Okay, so I don't know. We kind of got to the end of that content. I think, as I said before, I think this is the baseline now when looking at this, is that there is potentially this new thing that is different. It's more than just adding client routing to MPAs. Like, there's certain criteria that needs to be passed to kind of get the full benefit. I hate that we have like 4 things now. You know, we were talking single page app versus multi-page app, and now we're talking about all this stuff. But like, yeah, thus is web dev, so to speak. Well, I mean, like, SCs fall into this final category. Astro, for the most part, is an MPA. I think today you could say that it's like a client-routed MPA. Like, the question that we've been having so far is, what's the difference between a single-page app and this? Because let's go into this a bit. Because the MPA crowd is willing to say that, like, oh, these are single-page apps. Because, like, whether they server render doesn't really matter. You know, they still have a client router, and they still treat state, not static data, not, you know, stuff you pull from the database, but stateful stuff as a client consideration. But whether, like, Astro's current view transition thing that we're looking at here, you know, which is kind of right now fancy turbo links, which is fine. But if they go to the next step and start preserving the islands, and even if they drop the SPA mode and they can do that with an MPA, the only difference is going to be how much work you do on the server to get to that point. And whether you're using the browser's inbuilt way of doing it, or you're building our own. And that's the hedge that React and even Solid is taking right now, is that if we control the routing pieces, we can optimize what the server does. Like, we don't have to re-render the whole page. We can do partials, which is an interesting thing, because at the beginning of Rich's talk we went over, he was criticizing partials, but the solution to solving partials is actually really quite simple. It's Remix came up, kind of popularized it. Navigation in partials, mutation does full page reloads. That's basically the solution, but it's not a full page reload when you have one of these client routers. It's just it's just one of these. So yeah, I think that it's quite possible that to get the right DX that we want out of what Astro is doing and get it optimal, that mechanically the fact that it's MPA or single page app might not matter anymore. That's sort of what I'm getting at. But what does matter, I think, is because, like, I don't have it here because I don't have enough dimensions, is the people who want the state to belong on the server. Because the one trend that is clear here, it's not about the routing. Everybody keeps on focusing on the routing, right? They're like the richest talk.
So a framework that doesn't serve JavaScript.
Whatever. Where was it? I think we already, MPAs are dead or whatever. Everyone was focusing on the routing, right? And the thing is, I think everyone wants the client routing. Maybe if, you know, the MPA version can let us rely more on the browser, but obviously you still need some JavaScript. So it's not like a zero JavaScript thing. And we saw in this router, like it's 4.9 kilobytes minified. That's not even gzipped. It's like 2 kilobytes add on, right? So like, yeah, like we're not suffering the world for this. And as you know, Rich was saying in this talk, where was it? Where is it?
For client-side router, their apps suddenly have a nicer user experience. I would not be surprised if the default was reversed in Astro 3 or 4.
So, you know, well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's going to be something in this zone that actually wants the state to live on the server. The Livewires of the world. I honestly don't know where HTMX fits into this. I think HTMX is like a fun fantasy that we're going on right now. You know, people need a vacation. But like, if think about it, Rich highlighted at the beginning of the first talk I showed with him is that he was very much concerned with the modernists and the traditionalists, so to speak, on the web side. And I said that over the last couple of years, the traditionalists, not the traditionalists, but there's been MPA favoring people on the JavaScript side. I mean, this started years ago with, you know, Marco or whatnot, but like there's been a group of people that champion it, not because they're traditionalists, but because they want the performance. We are getting to a point here where the JavaScript side is combining, and what will be on the other side is that server stuff, the Blazors and the live views of the world, if that's a viable model. I don't know. I think the more interesting part is why, say, the Astros of the world, or even the Solids of the world, are so intent on saying, no, Reactor over there, you're not part of the game. Because, like, to be fair, I'm actually pretty supportive of React in general. And I think it comes down to that baseline. It's not about 0 kilobytes of JavaScript. And, right, we've been over that. It's just that, like, there is a certain overhead that is being kind of tied to the React side of things. And I think we're going to see, you know, starting with this Astro example, which I think is impressive enough that we're going to see people just doing this all over the place, where they'll be like, look, I built this app in Next and it's 200 kilobytes. I built it in Astro and it's 10 kilobytes. Like, which is not fair, because that's probably not the type of site you would build in Next. But it's like, it's essentially, and I'm even talking RSCs in this case. Maybe 200 is like a little exaggeration. Maybe it's like 100. But 10 to 100 is 10x difference. And when you make a 10x difference, that's when people start noticing. I think that's a silly, arbitrary measure, but that is when people pay attention, when it's 10x. Yes, I am using Astro 10. There's a new state that keeps state persist. Ooh, persist UI and view. Okay, let me take a look at that one. We can maybe play with our example here for a second. Apparently, I've been giving you all the good quotes. Make your fantasy come true by rewriting your apps to HTMX is right. This is a better quote. HTMX is like going on vacation. I'll stand by that one. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I'm using 210. Okay, so I thought it was the name. Oh, does this only work in... No, it doesn't. This is what I was looking for. So I can just go persist. All right. This is what I was looking for, I think. We've now persisted the header. All right. Let's flip. Let's turn on our paint flashing. Okay, it doesn't affect that. Okay, let's go to body and see that the Astro persist. Okay, but that might not be, it might always do that flicker thing on the painting. Let's get our $sign console. $0 is in fact a header, and let's put some garbage on it. Let's navigate. Let's find our element again. That's all. $0 is in fact a header, and garbage. All right. It works. Okay. So the paint flickering is one thing, but it does persist. It does use the same element. Very cool. Okay. I have so many questions there on like how it actually keeps track of its references, but I think that's fine. If you keep the same element, that's all it needs. It doesn't need any other references. So this just works. The JavaScript code that's sitting in there, that's referencing it, like the rendered component, it will essentially know that it's the same. Like as long as it has the same element, the code ran once the hydrate or update or whatever, it's going to have references to the DOM elements. As long as they stay there when you come back, and they stay in the same shape, you know, so to speak, like as long as the server isn't messing with it, which they won't because you're persisting it and presumably all its children, then yeah, this just works. Very cool. Okay, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I'm gonna need to spend some time to dig into how this one works. Cause like yeah. I'm wondering if it's still using a diffing algorithm under the hood. Like if it's still using Nate's library, right? Because this is what we do in what is it, Solid Movies app. If you go here, if I inspect here, go to the input, source, console, $0 dot underscore something equals hello. I forget. Does this one do that? Oh, this one swaps. Yeah, it never unmounts this one. We actually had an example where it did, but this actually is perfectly fine. This one will be the same because it doesn't even unmount it. Okay, so this isn't a good example. Mutation on notes might be a good example. Notes app. Oh, I don't know where it's deployed. Never mind. I'm just curious. This is cool. I'm gonna need to understand how this works. If it's something they're doing, I imagine they're using Nate's diffing. Yeah, it must be diffed by their library. This hoist.js must include it. It has to include. It must include Nate's library. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this because this piece is actually interesting to me. If there's a potential to save the diff engine somehow and have the browser do it, that is very interesting. Yeah, sorry, what do you think the quick micro front end have static parting cache extremely fast on the demo? Yeah, no, I mean, they're definitely focusing on that use case, which is really good. You can tell this is the same area that like Next 13 is focusing, working a ton on getting like partials of server component caches. So they're working very like off that end to get to, was it dynamic at the speed of static? Yeah, I think that's a good problem space to get into for last level optimization, which is, as I said, very important for people who have a lot of static content. It hasn't been an area that I focused too much on. I'm still working on the mechanics of it. Like, I think having client routing that doesn't load all the JavaScript is more core, and then we'll talk about caching later. But I do know that there's definitely interested parties in this. You guys are great. You literally like have all the links. Sorry, I asked for like the Notes app example, and I get it. All right. All right. So let's try this again. Inspect. I'm just, this is probably my own interest source. No, console, $0 garbage equals hello. Okay, and then let's go and edit a different note, maybe this one. Actually, let's do something, change, just some note, exclamation mark. And then push done, which presumably refresh this whole sidebar. And then inspect. I'm as curious as all you are about this, because maybe more curious because Nikhil has a lot of secrets. Okay, yeah, so that works. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I do have an example showing DOM diffing. Okay, that's fine. Just this is a hot space. Let's say that much. Yeah, but are they? I wonder if they're more costly than server rendered single page apps. That's what I'm comparing against. Client side rendered apps have limitations, and it's not really comparing, apples to oranges, so to speak. But server rendered single page apps is a more interesting comparison. Yeah. The truth of the matter is, there's gonna be, I don't care what your app is, it's probably gonna be like, unless it's like a real toy app, there's gonna be like 20, 30 kilobytes of JavaScript that's gonna load regardless. And that's the way it's gonna be. I'm not worried about micromanaging the rest of it. I'm not, not worried about zero. I think though, when you focus on performance and you think about this stuff and you go, look, the framework's gonna take 10 kilobytes of that. It's about giving you room to work on stuff so that you don't have like, what happens in these server component type setups is, on one hand, you can say like, oh yeah, like it's less JavaScript, we got to win, it's good enough anyways. But on the other hand, it puts a huge spotlight on like the differences, like something now, for people who care about, armchair racing or whatever, the difference in performance is that much more obvious. Like if you took an app that was 500 kilobytes in a framework, okay, like React, okay, that's what code splitting is. The main page is 500 kilobytes. You got some other crap in there, whatever. It's got a lot of components, whatever. And then you made the same app in something small, pre-act, let's say. And as it turns out, the components are about the same size. So 44 minus 4, so 40. You're it's 440, but you also use some pre-act libraries instead of React libraries, so you can kill the bloat a bit. And let's say your 500 kilobyte page is now 380 kilobyte page in pre-act, okay? Okay. Does that make a big difference? Yeah, maybe. But now you do server components, and that 500 kilobyte page now is 200 kilobytes or 190 kilobytes in Next. And you do the same thing in something small, but also as a smaller server component thing. So let's pretend something like Solid's router solution, or what we're seeing here with Astro. And you first go, okay, well, the difference in size is the difference between 10 kilobytes and about 80, 90, let's say. So that's about 80 kilobytes difference. And then you're like, so that 200 become 120, but then you also have some smaller libraries. So you end up with 70, let's say you end up with 70 kilobytes. The difference between 70 kilobytes and 200 kilobytes feels, to the eye, and maybe not in reality, a lot bigger than the difference between 380 kilobytes and 500 kilobytes. Because, yes, you might even save more kilobytes by using Preact instead of React on that larger app. But you start looking at 70 into 20. It's 3 times smaller. Like, you start doing that. And to be fair, that's not what matters. It's probably a lesser difference. But in your head, you look at it and you're like, it's 3 times smaller. So I think that's why this is kind of interesting when people look at this stuff for performance. So, yeah, this is sort of the kind of scale here we're talking about, where I think people making silly toy demos and seeing Astro do this is really cool as a baseline. They still have a lot to work through, probably, in terms of what I was talking about before about context and what renders on the server and the client and how to do that. But if the basics look great, and I'm pretty excited to see where this goes. All right. Yeah. Anyways, I think that was it for this MPA versus SPA. Unless anyone has more questions about it. Basically, as I said before, JS frameworks consolidating into a single space for the most part. Even like if the MPA way persists, works better and is lower in weight, for anyone who's not VDOM, they're just going to use that instead, and essentially, you know what I mean? Like that's all that's going to happen here. It's going to be hidden behind compiler that marks stuff or whatever, in the same way that we mark other things, like islands. So I feel like the details there are just going to go between whatever is faster, as long as the system is based around HTML. I think it's interesting to have a system not based around HTML when you start thinking about, mobile platforms perhaps. But it's interesting that there has been a lot of work on, stuff on the mobiles and like universal side to get closer to web APIs anyways, stuff like Tori. So it's like, I don't know. We're going to have to see, obviously. But I think it's, I think that at a certain point, this argument, we already knew this, kind of doesn't really matter. The mechanics of it is going to get washed into a very similar development experience. Because as I showed you here, the difference between the Astro persistent island version and the SolidStart persistent islands version or whatever, I'm basically writing the same JSX in both of them, like we're not that worlds apart. So yeah. All right. But we are not done for today because we still have This Week in JavaScript. Let's get that going here in a minute. I'm actually going to just hide up my screen here for a minute. Okay. And getting all the Twitter windows open. Obviously, we already talked about what I considered the big topic here. It's why I was very interested in talking about this in the first place. Was this MPA spot thing and how many people can put videos out about that this week. But let's see here. Sorry, just give me one moment. Okay, got my profile. It's been a few weeks, which is nice. So there's actually some stuff to talk about. Although probably never as much as I'd like to, but that's okay. I guess he talked about some of the stuff already. Oh well, it's all good. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, yeah. All right. I think I'm pretty much good to go here. Okay, cool. All right. So the solid one, how different between server and client, is not in that one. Yeah, it's not in that one. It was an import statement, and in the current version of SolidStart, I'm not gonna lie, we just put use client in there. I'm not sure if we're gonna stay with that, but it's literally just put use client on the top of the component. Found that another framework was doing that. We thought it was pretty easy to do. I'm not saying that's gonna be the final API, but the code didn't really have to change for it. Okay, cool. Hello. All right, so yeah, let's get started with This Week in JavaScript, which started 3 weeks ago. Yeah, for me. So I'm gonna throw the banner up. This Week in JavaScript started 3 weeks ago for me. I've been away for a couple weeks. Trying to think back, putting in perspective. 3 weeks ago is when Elon Musk decided to change Twitter to X. So that's basically where this starts for us. Let me go back to sharing my screen. Introducing the new Marco logo. I think a lot of people had fun with this. I don't have much to say about it. It's kind of like one of those things where like Elon Musk really just wants to make something happen, like that silly meme about, stop trying to make fetch happen. I don't know if it's related or not, but X was what he had originally named PayPal back in the day. And they decided that wasn't the best name for it, so they changed it to PayPal. I guess he just finally got a chance to bring it back. Oh yeah, my green screen background. Yeah. Of my own office. Yeah, I got to update it. I got like a bunch of new Lego and some other new cool nerdy stuff. Did I actually show it on stream? Actually, give me 2 seconds. I know this is This Week in JavaScript, but this thing was way too cool not to show on the screen. I'll be right back. All right. Check this one out. They got me a self-portrait Lego, and I know I shared this on Twitter, but it's even got the Solid logo on the shirt. It says Solid really faintly underneath. You probably can't see it on the shirt. It looks like it kind of rubbed off, but yeah, it's one of those blockhead Legos. I'd rather see your new Lego than hear about Elon. The next Lego movie will be about signals. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's very awesome. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, that puts everything in perspective. I'm gonna do a little bit of Solid update. I've been working a lot on Solid and SolidStart. All the work I've been trying to do a merge for ages. I mentioned it, I think, maybe on the previous stream because that's around when I started it. But in the meanwhile, a lot of other cool stuff's been happening in the community while I've had my head down. But I'll talk about the merge in a minute. But this is very cool. Vercel AI SDK has experimental support for SolidJS, which is very cool. I haven't talked to them for a while, so great to see them adding a SolidStart example. Super awesome. Yeah, there's some cool stuff that we shared over the last couple weeks. Creating browser extensions in Solid. I think there's a starter kit. I love seeing this. Solid Talks in all languages around the world. Courses, stuff really kind of, picking up. And yeah, Motion 1, animation stuff. It's funny. Part of me wonders if the view transition stuff can make this way simpler, but it's still very cool to see these libraries come out. And speaking about libraries, I'm surprised by this one. Solid Primitives is now approaching 200,000 monthly downloads, which is pretty big. That's 50,000 downloads a week, which is, well, I don't even know how much is Solid downloaded these days. Like, can we figure out how many Solid? Okay, yeah, so almost half. Yeah, Solid gets downloaded maybe 120,000 times. So almost half of Solid users use Solid primitives in their projects, or half of Solid projects use Solid primitives. That's pretty cool. and this is completely community maintained. They're very open. They do RFCs and stuff. So very awesome to see that. Yeah, I think we're just starting to see, like, you know, some of those people who've been looking at stuff, try projects with it, and, you know, getting good results and stuff. It's been tricky because Start has been Start has been taking a bit of time, which I'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, oh, we're talking about Rescript. I think it's cool. We've been trying to get stuff working there for ages, and there's a Fable thing as well. It's hard when everyone assumes JSX have a specific compilation when it doesn't, and porting Solid's compiler is not as easy as it should be. There's been great work there. The SWC plugin works. They finished it. I don't know if I announced this. The client side, if you're just doing client side rendering, my understanding is that the SWC plugin now for Solid client side is basically like fully up to spec, so to speak, and it can handle all the stuff client side. So obviously I didn't touch that. I've been working on Babel, but it's very cool if you want to try it out. Yeah, Start has been hard to start. Yeah, I feel bad for blocking people. Yeah. But we're getting somewhere. I'll show you what's been going on. Anyways, we can, yeah, you know what? I'll do the Solid update right now. Why not? Like the stuff that I've been working on, because yeah, did we get new issues here? Yeah, always new issues. What I mean, you could tell. I looked at this recently and I was like, oh wow, where have I been the last while? Well, I was at conferences obviously, but even then you're like, Ryan, why isn't this chart like way more busy here? You know, since you've been back and working. Well, the answer to that is I have been working very, 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 very hard at merging SolidStart. Basically, a bunch of people worked on the Movies app a while back. Oh, it's build fill again. What is it? Sorry. It's not going to tell me how to fix it. Look at it's matter. Merging the Movies app back in and all the experimental island stuff to the latest so that we can get started in R&D. And what this looked like is the most monstrous merge PR that I probably have ever worked on. Where is it? I've been helping a lot of people, or sort of merging a lot of PRs the last few days, doing a lot of releases stuff. Development of Solid has been picking up a bit, but this merge started, like, this branched off 10 months ago, and like I basically this has just been me the last like couple weeks, just just fix debugging broken merge stuff, going back between branches, seeing when they worked. It's been a lot of work, but we're there now. There's still a couple small things, I think, but for the most part, we've got the docs deploying again, got everything working again. There's everything that went in to make the Solid Movies app is now available for experimental mode. People can go and use it and try it. So this I wanted to get in because it's very hard to merge this stuff later. Which people are asking, okay, well, how's the move to Astro going? We've been, I'm going to throw it right out there. It's been going pretty well. But in order to hack stuff to work, which I managed to get stuff working for the most part, involved a lot of breaking Astro stuff, like turning off a bunch of plugins. And basically Astro and SolidStart would not work in the same project because we basically break Astro to make SolidStart work. And it's a difficult position to be in because it's going to be challenging for us to kind of reconcile that work with the Astro's roadmap, which is in, they've got their own set of features. You see this view transition stuff. It looks really good. So I've been talking a lot with Fred, and we are exploring some other options. I do intend to move off our own adapters. There's been some conversations, like you might have seen something in the Solid repo, a discussion about Vike or Vite plugin SSR. Also been looking a lot at Nitro, which powers Next, as I mentioned on the analog stream. Nikhil's been doing some really good work on top of Nitro. So basically at a point we're evaluating that. This is why I did the merge first, because I wanted to make sure that we had all the features in, we had SolidStart in its entirety, because it was a mess and I couldn't touch a bunch of stuff because, trying to merge it later. I basically, if you've ever seen the pull requests in here, it was literally like experimental, or adapter, example. I didn't want to touch anything when it was in that merge state. And I thought I'd rebase it first, but in reality, rebasing and then trying to get the stuff back in would have been a nightmare. So I'm happy that SolidStart is finally itself again. I've finally had enough time. I knew this would take me weeks to do. I just didn't have 3 straight weeks to do it while I was traveling in conferences. So it's done, which means development's picking up much, much quicker again. And as I said, we do the rebase. I think that'll be the last real unblocker because there's a bunch of stuff we've learned, but I'm very excited because there's a lot of improvements that we can make to the core architecture with this rebase. So that's where the focus is going. Did I say next? I meant Nuxt. I said Nuxt. I meant Nuxt. Yeah, the naming is fun. Anyway, so that is the solid update. I try and get to all these a lot of these open PRs and addressing a lot of the issues. A lot of things have changed over time. We built on Vite. We built on some other stuff that's been kind of more volatile and changing over time. So we've had to kind of pull it up into the future. So yeah, I'm excited about this effort going. We have Alexis, who has already started on the R&D stuff, been working on benchmarking. We have, a solid, pardon the pun, code base to get started on. So things are moving forward with that. So yeah, that's a SolidStart update. Solid reactivity stuff. Milo is on vacation right now. I will update you all when he comes back. Okay. So let's see. What's next? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's scroll up. I should hopefully have it here. Yeah. I hope everyone saw this. Valibot, I hope I said that right, is a new validation library, kind of like Zod, but it's tree shakeable and it's super small. It's like compresses like crazy. I think this is really exciting. Fabian, you might have heard of him. He built the modular forms library that we use in Solid, and then he went on to build one for Quick and for Preact. Does really good work in terms of code size. And one of the challenges that I've had, and I'm not gonna lie, why I haven't put like Zod in as like the starter or like have validation, is because it makes those numbers look bigger. You probably need it in reality. But this is a game changer when you can include a library, have the basic case without like taking any size hit up practically, and so it demos well and it scales to your need. I'm very excited about this. A lot of discussions with Fabian. Myself and Misko are acting as advisors for his thesis, which he's in the process of writing right now. But he's already released the library so others can use, which is very, very cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I know this has been pushed, and people are like, oh, I missed the chaining API and all this. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it. Fabian was showing me that like with the ability to do auto imports in VS Code, this still works fairly well as long as you like know what you're looking for. Like start typing string and stuff. So while you don't have the chaining, it does, the discovery works pretty well. It was very important for him to have that kind of experience when building this. And we found out later that I guess there's a couple other libraries that are sort of similar. He did look into a bunch of libraries when he was benchmarking and testing this for the release. We reviewed some of the work he did and helped him debug some benchmarking stuff. But it is very impressive that even the whole library with the stuff you probably aren't going to need is about 4.5 kilobytes. So, yeah. I hadn't seen the transpiler, but that is very cool. Yeah. Yeah, easy to do if you think about it. It's like our undo structure plugin, except you don't have to worry about like what's a component. Yeah, a transpiler for that is actually dirt simple. Now that I think about it, like trivial. Yeah, but yeah, we're already looking at this, around the SolidStart ecosystem. So very, very excited about this. I think it actually makes a difference. This reduced size. Yeah, superstruct person again. Sorry. I don't know. Does anyone care whether signals or hooks are declarative or not? There was a discussion with Matthew Phillips that came out because James Q Quick was like, after 10 years of coding, I still have no idea what declarative means. And he's kind of right, because the funniest thing about coding in general is that, like, even though like there's a difference between declarative and imperative code, in a sense you could, like, from a very purist, like, I guess it's not true, but like there's a lot of things that involve declaration in programming and patterns that involve like setting up rules or like connecting pieces together without describing how they go one then another. So like this whole conversation about hooks versus signals being imperative or not actually end up being a bit of a debate. But I don't know. My first thinking is I've always called these patterns declarative data because you set the rules, like even though they have dependency rates, you're basically saying this depends on this, that depends on this. But then, Matthew was quick to point out that hooks have a hook rule ordering consideration. And I was like, yeah, but like, I don't know, like signals in theory, if you could wire them, the order shouldn't matter. In a way that's impactful. That's part of the glitchless rules. It is with our eager memos. It's harder to do that. But in theory, the order in which you set the rules shouldn't matter as long as you have like the things to set, right? Like, I think this was, where was it? There's an example in here. Yeah. He's like, look. Are computer values part of me by signals? A computer value can read the value of another signal, in which case the order that these things matters runs. Yes, but like I was saying, like if I just wrote it backwards. If you had lazy computeds, you could, because you could say what the effect was. Like if you declared the variable. I know this is a silly example, but it's just showing that like in a way you could view this as rules. Like as long as you say there's an effect that depends on this, and a computed that depends on this, or memo depends on this, and then this is this. Like, it doesn't actually matter. If it's hard to debug, it's declarative. Yeah, thanks. So, like, in a sense, I mean, this takes me back to that discussion that I had with Dan Abramoff at the end of the Signals thing, where he was, you know the one that I'm talking about, probably. Where was it? React Signals 10 years later. Because, like, he was defending React's ability to like, write code that looks like this, where like you lead and then you rewrite it and like you do all this kind of stuff. Broken version, working version, solid, working version in React. Like he was kind of defending the ability for React to do this kind of crazy nonsense, essentially, you know, a bunch of lets and add and red. And I was like, this feels very imperative when you're like, let this and then if this, set this and loop through this. You know what I mean? Like this feels like imperative flow. However, I wrote the solid version later and I was like, why don't you just write it like this? Where's the full version? Yeah, I think this is the final version right here. No, that's I guess this was the final version right here. Yeah. Like, why don't you just say count is this, heading is this, something else is this. Essentially, I view this as, I guess this is my view of declarative, because you basically are making these all into declarations where you define something by its expression or its rules. You're basically wiring up the graph, so to speak. And you can see, other than the existence of when these, like if you sit at top here, like if you declared all the variable names up top, like count, heading, and something else, if you declare them up top, the order you make these statements actually doesn't matter. Because you're setting rules. And I was saying that this was better code for UI because the whole thing is declarative. Anyways, this is a little bit of a tangent here, but it definitely is what came to mind here. Declarative relies on expressions or imperative statements. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe not the most interesting discussion, but yeah, who cares, right? But the kind of things we talk about. Other cool thing that I looked at, I was looking at Svelte a lot recently because I was looking at how they do some of the more complicated, nasty things that I'd taken from React. And sometimes Svelte has a much, much simpler solution. And one of those is how to handle meta tags. But I found a few shortcomings with it, and I was trying to ask the Svelte community if they had those as problems, because if not, like we could simplify things drastically. One of the coolest things is Svelte actually compiles, like when you write a head, like if you write a title HTML element, it actually doesn't make a title element, it just writes to the title, which is so smart because then you don't have to do any diffing or deduping because you can always just set the title. But it does mean that like if you have the title in multiple places and it's reactive, well, it's possible for the title to be overridden by a parent even though you've written a child component. But the truth of the matter is, there is some complexity with the order of stuff running and hierarchy in these kind of meta components anyways. Like, you want to say that the sibling that comes after beats the other sibling, but while hierarchy is relatively easy to track, siblings that execute in different orders is not so easy to track. Like, let's say the first sibling was hidden, and then you rendered the title for the second sibling, and then you show the first sibling. Well, if they're at the same level, then technically speaking, the first sibling beats the second sibling. So the fact that it's imperfect anyways makes this kind of interesting. Again, these are probably details that, you know, are more interesting to me than to others. But the ironic part, just for anyone who wants a wrap-up conclusion to this thing, is I realized that I think metadata belongs to the router anyway. So this whole conversation of putting like processing like tags in the middle of the markup probably doesn't make sense. I mean, I like that it's declarative, but you know, that's with the declarative conversation where you can like declare these things, but because the rules are kind of iffy, you're almost better to feed into, you know, like something at the route levels, maybe something that could be generated off the route data, so that it could be handled with preloading and static generation, all that kind of stuff. So I mean, you can always do this after the fact and collect things, but I think this is actually a place that I might have been going down a wrong rabbit hole. Okay, here's a topic. There is a new proposal to bring observables into the DOM API, not the JavaScript. Like they've tried to bring it in through TC39, but to bring observables in through like like the WC or whatever. The idea is adding observables to elements to listen to events so that you could do more advanced RX type stuff without RX. I don't know how I feel about this, but on the other hand, I almost feel like this is the cool RX demo. I don't have much use for this from a framework standpoint because I kind of want to put it back into the JSX. But on the other hand, you know, if I had something that did this, I don't know how often I'd be reaching for RX. Just throwing it out there. Like this is like RX is for very complicated async data flows, generally speaking. And this is like, yeah, I actually like Dan Shapir's thing here. It's like, it's nice and all, but who'd actually use it? They're saying we're using, no, not who's using RX. But he said something, using this on its own feels like jQuery. And I see what he's getting at. Like, it's all these just chained operators on something where you're kind of like, you know, like. It's like asking after mom. After dad said no. Isn't the data needed for metatags basically the route alert? Well, it depends. I strongly believe that data fetching should be hoisted. Otherwise, you cause waterfalls. It's innate. So it may be not at the top level router, but at the route section level. The thing that I was going to mention is the React has been working on like this kind of proposal, similar to Svelte, like with the head, like where you could just put tags that would normally go in the head anywhere in, and then have the compiler handle it, or runtime handle it. But like, so they had an RFC for it. But Next.js ended up going with like specialized format. Same with Remix. Almost everyone, because they want to know it at the route level. So you could feed that route data back into the meta tags and handle streaming and stuff properly and all that. But like they almost all this, like you could do it the other way and have it collect it, but that collection is maybe imperfect. So there's this desire, I think, to simplify things to handle it at the router level, like with the file system routing. What did I do if I want to put the current timer unread message counter in the title? Yeah, I'm suggesting that, yeah, that's interesting because you're saying like drive it off state, and I'm saying like you could basically do, like the thing is, sorry, I guess no one cares about the RX thing. Oh. But the thing is like this document equals title thing in a crate effect is easy to do, so to speak. And in a sense, if you made it into a router provided API, like title is like use title or something from the router, and you could manage it, then I feel like like that would also be relatively easy to do. Like the router can both handle it at navigation time, and then you could always set it yourself manually. I think in general, we need to think a bit about like what it means to have like data in like text data, like timestamps inside content that we server render. Classically, we said the client's the boss. It's interesting because if we get to a point where we don't want to do hydration, the server has to be the boss. So, at least setting the initial state. So it's interesting to me for things like that, anyways, because like these can't be the sources of hydration mismatches. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a matter of whether you like the declarative APIs. There is some tension there. It's just, the expensive stuff for server rendering isn't your title counter thing, right? It's the data loading dependent stuff in the streaming, and centralizing the main mechanism helps with that. It is interesting. SvelteKit still uses Svelte head, so it requires still more looking. In either case, I looked at what we're doing in Solid Meta, and if what Svelte does is okay, I could probably reduce the package size by like half. Yeah, I mean, how big is Solid Meta anyways, Bundlephobia? I mean, it tree shakes a bit, but not great. SolidJS Meta. Yeah, it's 1.4 kilobytes gzipped. I'm pretty sure we could get it to like 700 bytes if we use the Svelte approach. Got bigger recently. That's so funny because Solid Meta was originally a port of React Helmet. Or React Head, I forget what it was called. It was probably React Head. Yeah, there's React Head. Because I remember I was sitting there and I was like, I can't change the name to Solid. So, yeah. Anyway, if it was Helmet, I might have been okay with Solid Helmet. Yeah, people get it? Yeah. Okay, good. In any case, I don't know. People are very excited about this on the RX side. I'm probably going to be talking to Ben Lesh coming up, and I think the Svelte side is interesting because the Svelte community does use subscribables, like their stores are subscribables. Like, let me see if I can find it here. Did I not even bookmark that? I didn't. Oh, that's sad. Whatever. There was a bit of a conversation going on about like the difference between observables and whatever. I thought I gave a good answer. Anyways, the reason I remember the Zod thing was someone wrote this as a response to Tanner. Tanner obviously retweeted the Valibot thing, but then they wrote Zod has quite an ecosystem now, almost React-like. And I thought this was funny because it's like the justification we have now for like, yeah, I'd try the new library, but you know, it has like the comparisons to React as like it's a testimony to React, but it's interesting to see something like Zod being used in the same thing where I have to feel like integrations for this is relatively trivial, and things are pretty compatible, right? Like it's almost like a direct swap. But yeah, I don't know. Just I'm always looking at people's sentiment around the libraries and how they feel about it. So this one just stood out to me. We already talked about control flow for Angular. They are really changing stuff up. Deferred loading, I think, is their lazy component. So yeah, a lot of thought going into the stuff in Angular. Angular is going through a crazy renaissance revolution right now. It will be very interesting to see what it looks like in a couple of years. Is JAMStack dead? Here's a throw out to the JavaScript Jam crew. Yeah, how's it going, Anthony? Yeah, so this was actually because of this article here. According to JAMStack pioneer Brian Rinaldi, we can pack it up and leave our static sites behind forever because JAMStack is officially dead. Right? And that was that. But I think he published an article before this. Yeah, here it is. And so he's just talking about the progression of like the whole JAMStack thing. And I think what triggered this was killing the JAMStack Discord. The JAMStack Discord does not exist anymore. I was there when that happened. Basically, Netlify has no DevRel team anymore. And they were the ones managing the questions for the most part. So even though the decision was made slightly before that happened, it was kind of the writing on the wall that Netlify was basically... And Netlify isn't even really recognizing with JAMStack. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. But I think it's really interesting to see, because of how big of a difference it made for companies, that like for some people... like because the disruption it came with, like JAMStack's been kind of dead for a while. So yeah, JAMStack is a feeling. It doesn't say is the feeling is mostly ambivalence. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's official now, and that was what that space was about. Yeah. I mean, Demetrius pretty much completely. Yeah, he was like the heart and soul. Yeah. JAMStack is a state of mind. Yeah, that's right. Work with Demetrius, right? Yeah. In any case, yeah, it's kind of the... Yeah, it's the end of this time period and this era. I don't really have much to say about it. I was not really involved with JAMStack at all, but it doesn't mean anything anymore, and it served its thing. But I think for those who were involved, this is probably a bigger thing. What is JAMStack? When was this panel debate? I'm just curious. When was this? Is this recently? 2 years ago. Yeah. So like, it was already kind of ambiguous at most. But I guess what I'm saying, the only reason we're talking about it, giving it any airtime, is it's officially dead now. We can say that. There is no JAMStack conference this year, for example. Netlify's conference is coming under a new name. So yeah, and that was Matt Billman's statement, right? Like and I think it was in the blog post. Something I already closed it. Let me see if I can find it again. It wasn't from. It was Brian's link, not that time. It wasn't Swix's. It was something along the lines of that, like JAMStack succeeded. Yeah, Matt Billman. JAMStack won so much that it became less useful as a community term. Basically, all modern web frameworks ended up being built around self-standing front ends and API services. But yeah, there's some kind of quote here about how over time, like the jam came lowercase and it just kind of, got like normalized down to kind of like change the impact of it being different. Has Compose been announced? Yeah. Goodbye, JAMStack. Yeah. I feel like, this is the one that I was looking for. This was the very, you could tell like that Brian cared about this whole thing. Will likely retire using the term. I don't have a replacement. I think newsletters like JAMStack and events like the jam.dev are relevant to folks who've tended to focus full stack development, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, yeah. So we're the short of it is we're not using the term JAMStack anymore. It's done. We weren't anyways, but now it's officially dead. All right. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. All right. Big news for our friend who was on the stream a few weeks back. Aiden was awarded a $16,000 grant from Emergent Ventures to work on Million.js full-time for the next 4 months. So very exciting because this completely changes what he can do, right? When he built Million, he was like, okay, I can make something React like render more optimally in these little blocks. With this kind of focus and stuff, he's actually looking at expanding it and positioning Million as a way to make your React apps faster. Kind of like Preact in the past, but more like dedicated to the performance angle while keeping compatibility. Like Preact kept compatibility, Inferno didn't for performance. He's trying to keep it for performance. I think it's interesting because the types of optimizations that Million can do, like we saw, work really well in leaf nodes, but don't affect the structural considerations. And I think what's going to be fun and challenging moving forward is that React knows that, and they're addressing the bigger pictures in the rendering. So either this combination is going to work really nicely, or at some point, React's going to kind of make these optimizations like unsavory. You got to think that if React wanted to improve performance in this way, they just would. I wonder if like a world of React forget like this doesn't fit in anymore. It'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming they're still using JSX, but if React uses a completely different way of compiling their statements, it should be interesting to see where that leads to. All right. Okay, we got 2 more things, I think. I'm not going to talk too much about this Vite thing. This is true. Have trouble with third-party libraries in Vite? Try both of these options. Seriously, just fixes so much. It's like always this. Someone's like, oh, this library doesn't work. I'm like, do this. Okay, cool. So last 2 topics. Sweet. Okay. And I can take down that. Yeah. Sorry, I missed it. I was so focused on my thing. I didn't see it when I was looking at my screen. Yes. No, everything helps. That's so awesome. Okay. If the Netlify... I didn't think this had been shared yet. But you're right. It is out there. Netlify Compose, October 18th, 19th. It's California, San Fran, and virtual. Live at the iconic Fairmont. JAMStack Conf last year was a lot of fun. I think this is going to be a different type of conference this year. I'm sure more details will coming up, but that is the new Netlify conference. All right. All right. What am I even looking at here? Oh yeah, my discussion with Dan. Okay, cool. So, a couple talks went up. My talk on suspense, transition, concurrency. If you're confused by what Solid does and you don't understand React, I think this is good because I realize at a certain point in this talk that I'm like probably talking past most people, but it starts at least decently. There are not many good talks to explain how suspense ties into everything. I tried to explain how suspense basically powers everything async in Solid and similarly React. I even have a concurrent rendering demo at the end if you really want to see. But I think this is really one of the only resources. It's for Solid definitely, but in general, I think this is a very good resource if you really want to understand the why, like mechanically, like not like how it works, throwing promises at that, but I mean like why we care about this and why we designed the API in such a way. But the other talk I actually liked quite a bit as well. This is such an interesting concept for a talk, and I kind of always wanted to make this example and actually do this in a stream. I think I did it in the Preact stream where I was showing why Preact signals were not the same as Solid or whatever, not to a certain degree. But Misko actually... What happened here? I have like no audio. That's too bad. That's really weird. Oh, actually maybe I have to open in YouTube. I lost my audio somewhere. Side note, I like love this description, but it's like saying it's playing the audio, but
observables is that there are values over time. And the way to think about it is there is a setup phase where you kind of set step in order to read or write the value. That a value is just essentially value. Let x equals 42. X is the value, right? Now there is a signal which is kind of like value except that it's in a bucket. So it's not that you are directly referring to the value 42. Instead, you are referring to a bucket, and inside of the bucket is 42. So usually when you have signals, you don't just refer to them as x, you either refer to them as x.value, or you do it like in Solid case, you do x is a function, so you call it with parentheses. But fundamentally, you are doing something, some extra step in order to read.
Honestly, I don't need to hear his full explanation here, but I just, for some reason, this visual worked for me. I don't know if it works for others, but it's like the value in a bucket and the value in a pipe. But the reason this is actually pretty sweet is he does a demo later on where he shows he's showing how signals work, basically doing that. The only unfortunate thing about this video clipping is, I'll get to the demo in a second, but this part here, because his head is in the corner and he's covering the Solid logo. I just thought it was funny that it said finest. I understand he's talking about how fine grained it is, but rating stuff on a fine scale is, at least was amusing to me. Anyway, Solid is behind his head there, so anyways, let's go back to the example I want to show. Yeah, I want to talk about this example because he came up with a very simple demo here, right? And the reason I'm talking about this, a lot of people don't understand when I talk about Svelte and React being really, really similar. in that they have state that belongs to components and components re-render. Basically, he made this example where you had a parent component that owns a state, and then you pass the setter down to a component over here, and then you pass it to some kind of intermediate component that finally gets it to where it's rendered in the DOM. And this is a very simple example, but it's something that we've all seen before. And I just want to comment on this. You can watch the talk yourself, obviously in more detail, but
Side of the incrementer, you are going to mute.
I just explained it. Wait, okay. So he kind of like built up this whole setup where he has a visual, and then he presses the button in here, and then you see it go down the side here. And he built it in each framework, right? And I think this one's React.
Have this counter on the top that contains a wrapper and hit the plus. That's because when the application first woke up on a client, hydration.
So basically, the count obviously renders once initially because it hydrates when it renders the component. When it hydrates, it doesn't do any DOM, but it runs the component once. But then in React, when you press the button, it all of these went to 2. Every single component, because the state is owned at the top level component. Now, this is without adding memos or without adding like any of the performance stuff. But the default behavior for React is if you press this and the state's owned by the counter, every single component reruns again, right? Then he did the same thing in Vue. And in Vue, when he ran it,
Is that at the beginning?
see if we can jump ahead a bit. In Vue, the incrementer knew not to rerun, but the other ones reran. And to be fair, if you'd used memo in React, this is what would have happened. You would have, because this side doesn't change. It just calls the set function. It just calls the button, but then the other ones re-rendered. So Vue default is even though it has something like signals, it basically runs like this as well. He mentions later because Vue has context API, and I guess people were kind of unhappy with that explanation. He showed that in Vue, if you use the context API, it was possible to inject it so that only this component reran when you press the button. If you continue on, he gets this Svelte, right? And he had to do like a little work here, but what I love about this isn't Svelte. Yeah, this is Svelte here, create component demo. It was the same thing for Svelte as when he tried to show Svelte, it never showed it as rendering because of the way he couldn't inject his code in a way that showed it. But when he opened the dev tools, he was able to go in and actually show that in Svelte, it actually renders counter wrapper display. So it actually has the exact same behavior as Vue, funnily enough. And again, when you add stores to Svelte, you can get that same effect of just updating the one component. And then I think he jumps to Solid, right? And obviously, as we know in Solid, it never updates. It just renders once on hydration and then it updates, and the component never reruns. And then he finally goes to Quick, where it's the same except it's 0 because it never hydrates in the first place. Anyways, I think what I really liked about this example, and the reason I'm bringing it up, is Svelte. Most people assume that it behaves like Solid, or even like Quick to a degree, and it actually doesn't. It actually behaves more similar to the VDOM libraries like Vue. It basically behaves like a VDOM library with automatic memoization, because the state still belongs to the component and it re-renders the components. It's not something that people can easily observe, so they assume otherwise, but it has the same structural chaining of how things update. Anyways, very interesting to see that in a talk. It's too bad that the visuals didn't do it. I would love to remake that demo in a way that you could actually see the counters update accurately. But I think it got the point across. And this is kind of partially what I talk about architecturally, because he just made this demo up and it's very clear without trying to optimize or using context or whatever. But like, as you change the shape of your app, this characteristic doesn't change about certain frameworks. Actually, I think Solid actually doesn't change characteristics. In some cases, Quick deops back into something similar to Vue with context. And I think Preact is similar as well with signals. But generally speaking, I like this talk because it really highlighted that like rendering with signals is actually more different than pretty much all the other solutions. So then I was wondering why functions were chosen on class Solid, since the functions were basically constructors and return values of render function. Well, I used to use classes with knockout, and this might be because there was no what's it called, like initializer properties. But my problem with knockout was I just wrote all the code in the constructor. Like I'd write some event handlers on the class, but generally speaking, all my code was in the constructor. And I realize classes now have that shorthand where you can declare the variables on the classes directly, like class properties or whatever. I think was that ES17. But like it just made no sense from my perspective to like have like all this separation when literally like pretty much all the code was in the constructor. Class fields, yeah. Well, it was just funny, like picture like I mean somebody probably did picture putting React hooks in a React class component. What happens to your component? All the lifecycle functions disappear, and you end up with just like all the code in the constructor and then like a couple of event handlers. And in JavaScript, the event handlers aren't even bound properly anyways, I don't think, right? So like, you know what I mean? Like you basically weren't getting any positive for being a class, like conceptually. It is interesting. I did have a conversation with Misko recently from the Angular team, and he was like, what if we came up with a component syntax, not quite a function, not quite a class? And I'm like, well, if that ever passed, I'd be, like if that was a thing, it'd be interesting because then I would have a compiler and analyzable entry point to components. Right now, because we use functions, it kind of feels weird to say like this is a component. Like people feel like it's extra work. If that was implied by the syntax, then that would be nice. But that's the biggest benefit I could see to that. Yeah. Come on, Dev. Not on this one. I had function components that had state way before Reacted. Like years and years and years before Reacted. like 3 years before hooks. You want me to? What do you got for me, Ben? Yeah, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think having these class fields makes all the difference. Compared to previously. That being said, yeah, I mean the this doesn't really matter. Yeah. I mean, I honestly just getting rid of this, yeah, I don't know. even in CoffeeScript, this was nice. It was an at sign. It was just like at something. It was like really short. And even then, it's kind of like... And in CoffeeScript, you just use fat arrows and an auto bind. So in CoffeeScript, like the stuff was like really nice, and I still chose functions. So I don't know. I to be fair, I didn't have this, so that might have made a difference. You know, I mean, I was making these decisions like 6-7 years ago. Solid did it first. Oh man, the thing is, we didn't do it first. This pattern of composable primitives existed even like it was it existed back way before even in JavaScript. You know, like stuff like knockout. You guys joke about Marco did it first. I know it's funny, but like it was like that alternate reality that Dan had in his talk, where they're like, "Oh, what if we just started with a server framework?" Yeah, putting everything in the constructor plus adding this, you know, like it was just like double hit. Anyways, Misko's talk is cool. I think it's one of my, like, it was really cool to hear her talk about signals and about rendering performance signals that like I or someone from the Solid community didn't do. Wider perspective of that. So I enjoyed that a lot. Okay. Which leads us to, I think, the last story, which is a hot one. I think people are pretty stoked about this. Svelte 5, showing some very nice local numbers here. Looking at the numbers themselves, there wasn't anything that I particularly stood out. The select row performance actually is particularly stand out. I don't know why vanilla is slower in 1,000 create. Actually, sometimes it is. In fact, I think if we go to the JS framework benchmark right now, 36.7 for vanilla, 37.3, 35.8. Yeah, right now Solid's faster, which means we have to look. Vanilla's doing something slower on that. In any case, yeah, this select row is actually very, very, very interesting. The rest of this, it's hard to tell. You can always tell. Well, here's an example. I like that this is how you show a benchmark, because you use 3 points of reference. Let's find Svelte today. Where is it? No, keep on going. Svelte. Right. 132. 104. 109. I wonder what happens if we do this. I'm just curious, because I think one of the things people don't. I want to vanilla. So 7.8 and Svelte 4. Let's do that. Interesting. So why is vanilla a 104? That's so interesting. It must be that creation cost. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting kind of off the rails here. What I wanted to say is, it is super, super interesting to see Dom's work come. We were expecting this. He was working. I wonder if he did end up using the Signal internal stuff. I'd love to have him on and talk about what he's been doing with Svelte 5 one of these days. Well, exactly. Well, it's because people write the vanilla abstraction. In fact, I've updated it several times when vanilla's gone too slow. some of the work that I did in Solid. Oh, I actually have one of those moments here. I remember when like I got really excited about this. I haven't been posting about Solid's performance very much recently, but I remember the first time we got to the top of the JS Frameworks benchmark was about 5 years ago. It's been about 5 years now, and but there was one moment 4 years ago where I just had to print it off because Solid's. When I started in the JS Framework benchmark, the original Solid implementation was called Solid, just called Solid, and it was their stores. I didn't think anyone would want to use signals, so I actually submitted with stores as the primary way of using Solid, and this was the split. Like back then, WASM was back here, and Solid stores were, up here ahead of a bunch of other ones. And I just had implemented the signals implementation, and he ran the results, and the signals showed up in front of vanilla on average. And these were the official results. I had to take a screenshot. I was like, this is probably never going to happen again. But the truth of the matter is sometimes there's bad runs, and sometimes there's good runs. And honestly, this was just like one of those like the position of these moves up to 0.03 between every single run. Like right now, I think Solid's 1.08 or 0.9. We've gone further from vanilla in recent history, but every time there's a new version of Chrome, these things will shift a little bit. So it's very hard to know where these things will end up officially, when the actual runs happen. But you can get ballpark because it only ever moves plus or minus 0.05 essentially. But yeah, after this, I went in and I changed the vanilla. Actually, no, the vanilla's already updated here. I think this was just a poor run. For some reason, our swap rows ran really well that day, and but it's not that. Even the stores version of Solid was really good. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. In general, vanilla has broken away further from the other frameworks now, as I was saying, but that was a fun moment. And when it was like, okay, we don't need to talk about performance anymore. The truth of the matter is we're getting so slow that the preciseness of this is getting within an error of accuracy. Vanilla should be further, and I think we did some more optimizations since then. But generally speaking, we're at the end of this benchmark. It basically, as long as you get up to the party, we're all just switching spots every time. So Svelte 5 will join the party, and not just Svelte. Vue Vapor, Vue's joining the party. Right. We've just, always commending Vue on this jump, because Svelte's been about 1.3 since forever. Vue actually came from back around where React is up to just in front of Svelte, to getting all the way up. So within the next year-ish, basically, I imagine JS Framework Benchmark, all the popular frameworks, well, maybe not, except Angular's probably still got a ways. But yeah, you're going to have options. They're all going to be basically the same speed in that test, basically right up there with vanilla.js. So, it's run its course. We need new benchmarks. We need new places. This is why Dominic, even himself, he said he wasn't interesting anymore. He's like, even after Inferno, he felt like he'd got into that point. Over time, that drifted, but it just, DOM updates in frameworks are now pretty much as optimal as we're going to have them with the current platform. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. I think he added a couple other compiler optimizations. Maybe he'll get us by a couple points at this point. But generally, yeah, I think everybody's kind of on the same page. I think he basically compiled. I don't know for sure, but what he was working on right before he joined the Svelte team was a compiler that compiled React to basically what Solid is. So everybody's just compiling to basically the same stuff we're doing. I mean, we knew it was going to happen. I mean, it's been like what 5 years. So, like, performance is something you can never like sell on because like people will catch up to you. Like, there's going to be a point at which you can't, So, it was inevitable that after several years we would get to a point where other popular solutions would have similar performance. And it's kind of cool to see that Signals is actually what's powering this. Do you think React will be after Metro? I mean, they might move to a Signals internal thing. It's after Dom showed them that, but I don't think that's what their interest is. They have other things they want to. I don't think they like Signals as their internals. We'll see what Forget ends up with. The interesting thing is like I was talking about how Svelte was old Svelte, I guess, was similar to React. React Forget. If I was like a betting person, I was going to guess that it would end up in old Svelte territory on the benchmark. But it's going to be an interesting thing is if Svelte and Vue are up here now, that you know what I mean, like the game's already changed. But again, performance isn't everything. Yeah, I have. This is what happens when Signals get popular like this, and with Angular, I'm meeting with I met already a couple times. I meet with more browser people. They want to talk to me about how to put Signals in the browser. It's interesting. I think that there's some potential there, but I'm more interested on the primitive pieces. There is a real problem at the core of Signals, and I don't know how to solve this. But if it's interesting, if the runtime mechanism gets close enough to the idealized compiled mechanism, I think things could get interesting. So that's what I'm going to push for. I don't want a full Signals implementation. I just want the code to make it possible conceptually to have the compile meet where the runtime ends. Because like there's a reason we chose functions in Solid, like a huge reason why we chose functions in Solid. And I'm worried that all the fancy compilation loses that, or then you have zones and then you're like, I'm in a component. This only really works if you can get to a point where the runtime DX and the compile time DX can be basically the same, except the compile time can be slightly optimized, if that makes any sense. Because like otherwise we're going to be dealing with inside and outside the components for the rest of our lives. I mean, that's my biggest reason why I haven't pushed that degree. Like we could, I get the feeling like we could, if we cared about something like React Forget, we have a lot of compiler wizards, people like Alexis, he wrote out his own React Forgetty, but I think it's actually easier if you make Signals your target. So I like, if we wanted to go into that, but I actually have concerns because now you're introducing two zones, right? You have your like in the component, out the component. And like, it's why I think Vue dropped the whole ref sugar stuff, because like, if you want to have that control, you need to be able to like, there's a reason they had $signs and $$ signs and stuff. And like, it just isn't good, right? We need to get to a point where our compilations, yeah. Anyway, I think this is exciting because I think this, it's like it normalizes the conversation between like all of the like React and everyone else. This is part of that like ganging up on thing that I see that's happening. This continues this narrative because the ironic part is there's a bunch of people who are like, React's like, we'll solve everything with this compiler. And people are like, yeah, when's this compiler going to come? Well, the problem is you got the existing, like React's a big thing. It can't move as fast. So like they could be moving light speed and, people like the compiler, it's going to take a while. If Svelte goes, oh yeah, we've improved this too. Like these kind of like one day things, how long is it? Svelte actually has a really great argument because like people can't say that they're a new framework because they actually open sourced in 2016, which I didn't. I never thought that things would go here. So like Svelte can be like they've already been around for 7 years. Like at a certain point, it's like, do you trust Svelte after 10 years? Like still waiting on React Forget maybe? I don't know. Like, so it's interesting. I think this shifts the dynamic of the performance conversation again. That being said, I think this benchmark is basically done. I love it. I spent years up till that thing about 4 years ago. I spent the first few years pursuing it. I know lots of people have introduced to our community through their own pursuit of that, but yeah, we're getting to a point where this has just run its course, which is good. That's what it did. It got every JavaScript framework faster. We'll see. If we were done, but the problem with JAMStack is I think JAMStack lost the vision. I think there's still a battle over the role of components. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I think the thing is, I think libraries like effects and scheduling of effects doesn't belong in the core implementation, which is odd. We just want signals and computeds or memos or whatever you want to call them to be part of the core. But the problem is I don't even care about that as much as I was hinting at it. I want, and I don't know if it's possible, I want to not have to use functions ultimately. That's the thing that gets people. The only challenge with that obviously is expressions are still a consideration. Like Svelte has $ whatever. So I mean, I've thought about this forever. Like, I wrote an article few years ago where I was basically describing largely similar to the work that I theorized, very similar to the work that Dom ended up doing with before he joined the Svelte team, where I was like, okay, what if we just used a compiler? I think I did a whole stream on this too, called about SolidScript. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm looking in here. It doesn't matter. You can go also check out this stream on YouTube. Channel. I should just go to the oldest ones here. I did a whole, where is it here? Yeah, this one, SolidScript using compilation for syntax. I did a whole, 3.5 hour stream on this subject. I feel like it was one of my earlier streams. What is this one? This is a year ago. When was it? March 18th, 2022. And a year before that, I'd actually written the article on this. One thing that got me to think that we could do this base is the work that Milo's been doing with Bubble reactivity that he was doing at Bubble, where he basically wrote a whole implementation, and Bubble has different effect rules than Solid for their internal reactive system, even though they use Solid too and they work together. And we realized if we could share the signal and computation primitives, then all the reactive libraries would have interop. I think the problem, like I know Starbeam tried to do this before, and like the Ember community, and they said they universalized and RX and callbags and all this kind of stuff. So I don't have my hopes up high for a non-browser initiated universal approach. And I know like Angular had their different needs of how propagation works. So everyone has their different opinions. But I do believe that a small enough library that was packaged with the core stuff could power a lot of implementations if they didn't care about the specifics of those details because the performance is good enough. Like the internals at that point they're basically internal implementations. They're not execution guarantee things. They are just like, how do you mark the nodes? Like they're all that kind of stuff. They're performance consideration. If you told me that you had the API that Milo put together there and the same functionality and it was faster and done with a different marking approach or whatever, I just take it. Do you know what I mean? Like if the browser was just like, this is the thing, I would take it. The biggest thing is that we had to put some stuff in the core that's not commonly core in a lot of reactive frameworks. So we have some slightly different opinions there again. But especially handling async. A lot of synchronous signal systems don't have async. The core for Solid 2.0 naturally handles async. And I think at that level, all the other stuff could be made completely like framework agnostics, even the running of side effects, scheduling. Because once you pull the effects out, that means you can like do stuff like suspense and userland and whatever, like not userland, but outside of that core. Or you can do like a lot of the other mechanisms. Components are a state of mind. I'm just catching up. Your state of mind is pure overhead. Oh, you saw that. Yeah. I mean, this was when I was trying to do DevRel type stuff for Marco, and I shelved it because I felt like I wasn't adding anything any new for the conversation. Git syntax. Okay, what's this? I am always interested to see. Funny thing is sometimes there's like proposals for syntax. Yeah, the object getters you're talking about. Yeah, object getters are fine for objects. The problem is you need a primitive that's not an object. I need just an atomic value, and I have to like I'm not going to go dot value. Like that doesn't work because it doesn't compose. Like the reason Solid is largely the way it is because you can have count, and then you can have count expression and whatever, count times 8. And these basically have the same signature. So the fact that we did this doesn't matter. Like you don't suddenly change it. However, count.value, like this is the function's the only way to pass this around unless you want to use another primitive. And I like the idea of like the problem is create memo has meaning. Like it's a computation. It means that this node recalculates. Making reactivity transitive requires wrapping in a function if you're not going to pass, and even you need to pass in a function even to pass it into the memo call. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this is why I don't like getters. But what if we had an atomic getter? So you could just say, you could go like const, or let's not const it, let count equals something, new atom, okay? And what if the way an atom worked is if essentially you could intercept, so essentially kind of like a proxy. It could be like get set. Okay. Now, the challenge with this atom that I'm designing here, so to speak, is that even if we could intercept this, well, an assignment might look like this: count equals 5. Okay, great. But how do you read a value? So if you wanted to say count expression, whatever, equals, like you change the signature again, unless you had a way of being like, you see, like the biggest challenge here is even if you had an atomic getter, every place you used it like this would be a read essentially. So you could never pass the signal, only pass the value. Now I like that. This is the same reason why we call count when we pass it. We don't pass the signals around, but it makes it hard for composability of like, now I have local storage count, right? So it's like const count equals create local signal or whatever. Like what I'm getting at is, how do you compose these if they can't escape the scope? And Vue's RefSugar came up with a bunch of special operators for this stuff from a compiler standpoint. But like, the reason that this is attractive to me, that if we could actually read and write like this, we use, other than the transitive property of the function transport, which is less obvious, is that then moving between this and compilation would be like, we could basically always fall back to this as the expected behavior, even if compilation didn't work. So sure, we can only optimize compilation in a component, not elsewhere. Well, it's fine. It still works. Because that's the thing. Why do people hate the DX, or why do people prefer Svelte's DX to say Solid's DX sometimes? And the biggest argument is because you got to freaking call things as functions, right? People are like, oh, I don't like calling as a function. But the function is essential to understand the wrapper, unless you're like, well, no, I can use $, whatever. But the $'s a fixed point. It's not transitive, or it doesn't like move outside of the component. Like you can't transport it. So like, yeah, sorry. I think this is the challenge here, and why it's why functions are a good choice, but it's also like where the tension of this compiler stuff comes in, because people like to pretend, and that was like the point of my article way back. People like to pretend like they're not dealing with this and they're just writing some rules, but like a let in Svelte is not a let in JavaScript. Sorry, I see I had the comment up too long. No, but it's like soon. Sorry, I missed the guys not seeing the stuff. They're building smaller projects with Svelte. Yeah, and that isn't even necessarily true. I mean, smaller than React, but not smaller than other things. Like today, Solid is smaller than Svelte as long as you have 3 components in your app. Voby's approach is interesting. I mean, that's what compilers output. Like, having a special read function that you import and then use everywhere to wrap every access is basically like what Marco's compiler output looks like. So like, if you're going from a basic syntax to that would be the trick. It's fine. I mean, you decide for yourself if you like doing that. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, that was a great tangent. I appreciate you guys all getting in on that conversation. It's funny, I don't even remember how I got into talking about that. Yeah, we were talking about the new Svelte compiler stuff. Yeah, so I think Svelte 5 is going to be interesting. It sounds like they're in, which is I'm excited about, because when Dom joined the team, I could tell he, not him, but in the past, previously, he'd had, maybe some reservations. That's like Svelte likes its things, and he's coming in a bit out of right field. But I think his influence is going to be felt in the next version, which I'm pretty excited for. I think the problem of composability in compiled solutions is challenging, and I'm not even sure that a browser primitive can help us there, all the way, just because of like all the, I kind of really want that atomic getter, but I just don't know. Not having something not composable almost defeats the point. I just don't. It's almost like you need it to be part of the syntax itself, but then it's like type system almost, because you're almost like saying if I have, sorry, this is back to that, if I have my count now being local, create local count, you guys might be wondering why I'm not using a setter in this simple example. Well, the reason I don't is because the getter can't escape the template anyways. Having a setter doesn't actually matter as much. Do you know what I mean? But because you'd have to pass a function setter down anyway. You'd have to on click be it's not here anymore. Oh yeah, here. You'd have to be count plus plus. There's no way around it. You couldn't. But what I was getting at here is how, if inside here it creates a signal, how do I indicate that this is a signal of that style? You'd need another, it's basically the ref sugar stuff all over again. But how could the engine know this? It would have to be typed information. It's basic. Types might be our only way out of this, honestly. The perfect way to solve this might be a sufficiently smart type system. But TypeScript isn't going to be that, because I can't even if you watch my stream on TypeScript about that, the fact that we can't do this, is killer, right? I mean, I don't have the right types right now, but you get what I'm saying. The fact that we can't do this, the fact that this is a second function call, so it doesn't know that it's non-null, means that we're a bit away from TypeScript being that. It's why I was excited about Esno, because you could tell the author was basically a framework author trying to invent a TypeScript and that made sense for frameworks. But he's also a university student who's in school, 8 months of the year. So, and trying to get people to adopt a different TypeScript system other than TypeScript or a new language, that's a whole other topic. That's craziness. If you think replacing React is hard, try replacing TypeScript. Huh. Yeah, so it's the talk of the better web, but I mean, WASM is, no offense, Greg, I'm not thinking WASM is going to be general purpose enough for the thing. Need a version, maybe, yeah. Anyway, that is it for my stream today, I think. I think we are all done. I think it is 5 p.m. on a Friday evening now, and I am done talking JavaScript to you this week. We'll see what I do next week. I'm not actually sure, but I'm sure there'll be something interesting going on. There always is. Anyway, have a good one, everyone. Let's see, is there anyone to raid? I'm the worst at raiding. Yeah, Yeah, I know no one anyways. So, yeah, I'm just going to sign off then. All right. See you all. Thanks for joining.